Excuse me a second. Detective, state and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. Efren Gutierrez. First name is E-F-R-E-N. Gutierrez is G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
You may proceed.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a police detective for the city of Los Angeles, currently assigned to Mission Division detectives.
What division, I'm sorry?
Mission.
Is that an area of Los Angeles then?
Yes, it's one of the stations.
Okay, and that's with LAPD?
Correct.
And how long have you been a peace officer?
30 years.
Back in January of 2017, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to Operations Valley Bureau Homicide.
And what does that entail?
It's the Bureau level homicide unit, which covers the San Fernando Valley, all the LAPD jurisdiction in the San Fernando Valley.
Did you then respond to 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills regarding a killing that occurred there?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what time did you get there?
Just before 7, about 6:45 p.m.
Up on the screen is what's previously been marked as People's 9, page 9. Is that the location where you responded?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when you got there, then what was your responsibility?
So I arrived there and waited for the rest of the homicide squad that was on call. Once they arrived, I did a walkthrough of the crime scene, which included the interior of the house and the backyard, and basically a preliminary viewing of the scene.
And in that preliminary viewing, what did you notice as far as the crime scene?
So I recall seeing blood-stained evidence on the kitchen floor near a slider. The decedent was an adult male in the patio, kind of in a crouch position. There's some wet blood on the ground. Also, I recall seeing, I believe it was a master bedroom, appeared to have been ransacked. There was clothes on the ground and dresser drawers were open.
When you did this initial walkthrough, are you meeting with any of the detectives there?
Yes, as I said, the homicide on-call squad was there. I did the walkthrough with Detective Gene Parshall. He was going to be the lead investigator on the case. And Rob Flirday, Ryan Verna, and Gabe Bucknell.
Now, do you recognize the person sitting over here in the blue blazer with the long dark hair, the female? Do you recognize her?
Yes.
How do you recognize her?
I recall doing a walkthrough with her and Detective Parshall at the termination of the crime scene investigation.
That was indicated.
Thank you. So is that a typical scenario where you walk through the residence with someone that lives there? Can you explain why you did that?
So it's standard operating procedure with the LAPD. If a search warrant is served at a location, whoever has control or the owner of a specific location, whether it's a house or a business, we take before photos and after photos and then do a walkthrough with whomever's going to remain or be in control of the location once the police depart, and basically describe what we did as far as our investigation and whether or not we seized any items.
So did you spend a fair amount of time with the defendant then going to the different rooms and showing her items that were recovered?
Probably about 15 minutes tops.
Okay. Did you talk to her during this time?
I don't think I said anything to her directly.
Okay. So while you were with the defendant, was anybody else with you when you walked through this house?
Detective Parshall was.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about the defendant?
Yes. So my understanding, it was the wife of the decedent. She wasn't crying. No tears. There was no runny nose. Seemed kind of odd. That didn't look like someone that was grieving.
Have you conducted homicide investigations before where you've had to interact with family members, loved ones, something of that nature?
Yes. So I worked homicide for 18 years. During that time, I personally handled 108 homicide cases, and then additional probably 300, give or take, undetermined or unnatural death scenes. So yeah, I interact with family grieving at these type of calls.
And this particular scenario, the defendant struck you as unusual?
Yes, I mean, I'm well aware that people grieve differently, but I thought her behavior seemed odd, a little forced. And I recall telling Detective Parshall that I said she's full of crap when we walked out of the house.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Detective Gutierrez, how long did you arrive at the scene after the murder had taken place? As far as you know.
Yes.
How long after?
I think it had been a couple hours. The scene had already been secured, so I arrived right around 6:45 p.m.
And when was it that you saw the defendant?
It was the next morning, so now it would have been the 24th at around 9 a.m.
That's the first time you saw her?
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone at the scene the night before about what her condition was, her mental condition, emotional condition, and so forth?
No.
So this is the first observation you had of her was the next morning after the murder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's when you observed what you said you thought was kind of unusual.
Yes.
And you told that to Detective Parshall?
Yes.
And you wrote a report?
No.
Did you prepare a report of your investigation or conduct at the scene?
No, the scene was processed by the criminalist, so I did not prepare a report.
Did you prepare anything, any written report or any written notes in a on file, anything like that, documenting what you had done?
No, the only documentation of my actions would have been in the chronologue, and whether or not I wrote it or Detective Parshall wrote it. He was the lead investigator for a few days before it was transferred to a different entity within the LAPD.
So either you or Detective Parshall, you said, prepared the chron file?
The chronological log.
And tell us what a chronological log is.
It's a synopsis of the investigative process. Sometimes it documents follow-up information, people that are interviewed, and requests, things of that nature.
It's supposed to document a summary of the conduct of the officers who took part in an investigation or search of a crime scene or whatever you did at the crime scene. So is that correct?
It's written in brevity form, so small snippets of information, yes.
Okay. And did you have any input in the chron file for the time that you were at the scene?
I may have, I don't recall though.
Could I approach Your Honor?
Yeah, you can approach the
I'm showing you what appears to be a chron file. It's got some highlights. You can ignore those, but I think...
Is this the chronological log?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could just look at it to yourself. And is that the chronological log that was prepared throughout the case, but specifically has entries for the night that or morning that you were there at the scene?
Yes, just a few pages if you don't mind.
No, sure.
Okay, yes, it does appear to be the chronological log, although I don't see any entries that I made personally.
Well, your name is mentioned in some of the sections of the log. Is that not correct?
That is correct, but when I make the entry throughout the 18 years in homicide, I put my name at the bottom of the entry in black and bold, so I don't see any of those entries.
Okay, so you didn't personally write on the log. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
But when it says Detective Gutierrez and Bucknell evaluated the crime scene, when it says Detectives Gutierrez and Bucknell evaluated the crime scene, Where does that information come from?
The entries are typically written by the lead investigator, but the chronological log, is maintained in a server that all homicide detectives have access to. So if a detective from another squad were to receive some kind of investigative information, they could access that chronological log and make an entry.
I understand, but your name is mentioned several times in the chron log, is it not?
Yes, as expected, yes.
And it describes conduct that you conducted or engaged in on the date that the chron log listed. Is that right?
That's correct.
How does that information get into the chron log if you didn't write it?
It's probably written or entered by Detective Parshall.
Who was the lead detective?
Yes.
And is it normal procedure that you would tell Detective Parshall what you did of any import, and then it was his job to include it in the chron log?
It can go either way. I could have entered it, or he, acting as the lead investigator, could have entered it. There's no set rule.
Well, how would he know what you did, what to enter that you did?
Well, he was there with me.
Okay. So either he saw you or you told him. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there are entries, for instance, that you and Bucknell searched the residence for additional evidence. Was that correct?
Yes.
It says victim's stolen Porsche was placed in the stolen vehicle system and a broadcast was done regarding the incident. That's in there, correct?
That would be hearsay, sustained.
Okay. It says Gutierrez interviewed the house cleaner Delia Rivera, is that right?
Counsel, you're going to go through everything that has Gutierrez's name in it, then it is hearsay, sustained.
I'm just asking if he did it. I'm not asking what the contents are.
You can show it to him then and say, did he do it?
Okay. Show you the entry here. If you could just look at it yourself with your name at the top and tell me if that accurately describes one of the things you did at the scene at the time that you were there.
Okay, I read it.
And does that accurately describe what you did, one of the things you did that night?
So yes, Detective Parshall interviewed her. I translated Spanish for him.
Okay. And then the results were documented in the chron, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, anywhere in the chron, can you look, does it say that you met with or had any contact with Monica Sementilli?
No, I don't see an entry.
Yet you testified that you had a walk through with her, walk through the house, is that correct?
Yes.
So whose job was it or role was it to document that in the chron file?
It would have been Detective Parshall's.
And it was not in there, it's not in there, correct?
Correct.
And is there anything in there that indicates that you thought it was unusual that Mrs. Sementilli was not crying or anything about the way she acted emotionally or how she looked? Anything in there about that?
No.
Did you think that was important?
In hindsight, of course.
In hindsight, because the prosecution said they were going to ask you about that?
No, in hindsight, as the case progressed, I understand that...
Well, we don't want to know what you understand. That would be hearsay, but...
Objection. Finish his answer.
When I learned throughout the course of the investigation in the following days that Ms. Sementilli was the focus of the investigation as being potentially involved.
So you learned in subsequent days that she was the focus of the investigation? Is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell us approximately when that was in relation to the day you were first at the scene?
A couple days.
A couple of days later, she was the focus.
Yes.
And when you learned that she was the focus, did you tell anyone that you had relevant information about how she acted or looked at the day you saw her, the morning after the murder?
No, the only conversation I had about her behavior was with Detective Parshall as we were leaving the scene.
All right. So you told him.
Yes.
And do you know if he documented it anywhere?
I don't know.
And a few days later, when you heard she was the focus of the investigation, did you document it anywhere in a police report?
No.
Have you seen it documented in any police report at all that was prepared during the years that this case has been pending and now before this trial? Have you seen it anywhere documented?
No, I wouldn't have access to that. My involvement in the investigation was the crime scene, the interview with Miss Rivera, and that's.
Did you tell anyone other than Detective Parshall about your observation?
Yes.
Who?
Miss Silverman.
And when was the first time you told Miss Silverman?
During a pre-trial meeting with her, some kind of prep. I can't remember, over a year ago, I believe.
So about a year ago?
Maybe longer. 2
years ago?
I don't recall, sir.
Well, you know this case has been pending 7 years.
I am aware of that, yes.
So it was several years after you were first at the scene that you first met with Miss Silverman. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did that come up? How Monica Sementilli reacted the morning after the murder?
It was during a meeting with Miss Silverman that discussed, what my involvement in the crime scene was.
And how did the no tears come up?
I brought it up.
You brought it up?
Yes.
Okay, if it was documented anywhere?
Probably by Miss Silverman, but I don't know for sure.
Have you been shown any documentation to refresh your memory?
No.
Is this the first time you've testified about this in court on this case?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't testify before the grand jury?
I don't remember, sir, actually.
Okay. And by the way, you don't know how she was acting emotionally the night before or the night of the murder, do you?
No, I don't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further by the people?
Yes, just briefly. Detective, so when you, back in January, you went to the scene, your role was to do this walkthrough with one of the detectives, right?
Correct.
And you weren't a lead detective on it, it wasn't your case, is that right?
That's correct.
And so, but after having investigated well over 100 homicides and being experienced, this one struck you as different as what you're testifying to because of the lack of what you deem no emotion, no tears, right?
Yes.
Okay. 7, 8 years later now, we're in court. Do you still remember that?
I do.
And does that stick out as different, even from that day forward, of the continuing investigations you've done of an unusual reaction from a victim?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further by the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Gutierrez. You're excused.
And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Carlos Camacho, CarlosCamacho.
Thank you. Detective, what is your occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department working Robbery Homicide Division.
And how long have you been a detective?
Detective, let's see, more than 10 years.
Okay, and then how long have you been a peace officer?
28 years.
Okay. Back in January 2017, were you, or did you have a role in the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker?
Yes.
Do you see Monica Sementilli in court?
Yes.
Could you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Blue coat. She's sitting at a defense table.
Indicating the defendant.
I'm going to ask you about that specifically that day. Were you involved in or were you there for the stop of a black Mustang that was being driven by Robert Baker?
Yes,
And that was on June 14th of 2017?
correct.
And what was your role?
It was to collect evidence from the vehicle.
Do you recall where that stop was done?
It was on Archwood and Winnetka.
Okay, and that's in the San Fernando Valley?
Yes,
It's been previously marked as Exhibit 64 on the screen. Is that the Mustang that was stopped?
yes it is.
And inside that was, the driver was Robert Baker, passenger, front seat was Monica Sementilli?
Correct.
Okay, did you recover items from that
Yes, I did.
Mustang? And was that your primary responsibility to recover or search the car?
Yes, it was.
Okay, can you tell us what you did?
My partner and I both searched the vehicle. We found cell phones, credit cards, a knife, and a memory card.
Okay, and those items that were subsequently booked into evidence under the DO number associated with this case?
Yes,
Okay. If I may mark as People's, is it 147?
Yes, it is.
Okay, 147. It's 2 photographs depicting the black Mustang, side views of it.
All right.
Just for evidence purposes, is that the black Mustang on the street where it was stopped?
yes, it is.
All right. Let's start with the cell phones. Did you recover cell phones belonging to the defendant?
At the time, I just collected cell phones that were in the vehicle.
Okay. If I may mark this People's 148, a photograph, 2 photographs side by side, one indicating a purse being held open, and the second photograph showing 2 cell phones.
Very good.
148 then, can you describe what this is and what you collected?
Yes, these are the 2 cell phones that were inside of this purse pouch thing here. They were collected from the passenger side seat, and we recovered those 2 phones.
And then the photo on the right is the 2 phones inside?
Yes,
I may mark is 149 then. A photo of an iPhone 7 recovered from the purse in the Mustang.
All right.
Is that one of the phones in a close-up photo of the phone?
yes, it is.
And then as far as packaging, can you just go through how you package evidence and book it?
Yes, it's put into an envelope. You put the date and time, the item that was recovered, and you put it in an envelope and you seal it, and then you book it into evidence.
Okay. And again, the purse was in the passenger seat and the phone was inside the purse?
Yes,
Okay. And then Marcus Peoples 150. It's a 3 photographs entitled Sementilli's ZTE flip phone.
Very
Is
good.
that the other phone that was inside the purse?
yes,
And again, was that packaged in the envelope and booked into evidence under the case DR number?
it was.
Did you recover other phones?
One other phone was recovered in my presence.
And where was that recovered from?
That was on the driver's side seat.
Your name Marcus 151. 3 photographs of a phone entitled Baker's Samsung S8.
Yes.
151. People's 151. Is that the phone recovered in your presence on the driver's side, or was it from somebody?
It was recovered from the driver's seat.
Okay, is that where Baker was sitting?
Yes,
And just for reference, People's 151 is item 121. People's 150 was item 120, and People's 149 is item 119. What does that mean when we have an item number?
every item that is, or every item that's recovered as evidence is given a number, and it's just in order of when it was found. So if you start from 1 all the way to whatever items you find.
And then, if I may mark, again, it's People's 152, 2 photographs of credit cards for the property report. This is listed as items 122 and 123. What is this?
Yes, those are the 2 credit cards that were found in the same purse.
Okay, the credit cards in the purse that have the name Monica Sementilli on both of those credit cards?
Correct.
And I mean, mark this People's 153. It's item 125 entitled Sementilli's SD card. It's a 3 photographs of an SD card. Same thing here.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an SD card that was recovered.
Where was that recovered from?
You know what? I don't remember exactly where that was recovered.
Give me 1 second, Counsel.
Okay.
These items could not have been marked as one exhibit with sub numbers. A little late now, but
Okay.
maybe for the future.
Okay. 1 second. Let me get your copy of this here.
I have a copy of my report.
You do?
Yes,
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
it would. It doesn't say where it was recovered from, but it was inside of the vehicle.
It was inside the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And then if I meant Marcus People 154, 2 photographs entitled Sementilli's Mustang Interior. Can you describe what was recovered from here?
Yes, it's a black and white folding knife that was recovered from the center console.
And that's inside the Mustang?
Yes.
And lastly, 155, can I mark? Photograph, 3 photographs of a knife, a folding knife. One photo is extended to its folded.
Very well.
And was that the knife that was recovered from the console?
Yes, it was.
And that's inside the Mustang?
Yes, it was.
Okay, no more questions.
That's my inform.
Thank you, Your Honor. Marshal, were you aware that a knife was one of the suspected weapons in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, what did you do with that knife?
I booked it into evidence.
And do you know what happened to it after that?
No.
Do you know if it was compared with the autopsy report or any other evidence to determine if, in fact, it was or could be the murder weapon in this case?
No, sir. My job was only to collect evidence. I was not the investigating officer.
And who was the investigating officer?
I believe it was Detective Tellis and Gable.
And do you know whether they at some point reached a conclusion as to whether or not this was or was not or could have been the murder weapon?
I do not know.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Executive Camacho. You're excused.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. My name is Officer Curtis Davis, Curtis Davis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm a police officer with the City of Los Angeles.
Okay, and how many years have you been so employed?
A little over 22.
And where are you assigned?
Currently assigned to Robbery Homicide's Investigative Support Section, and I have collateral duties as an FBI Task Force officer.
And what are your collateral duties relating to the FBI task force?
I perform the same service for the FBI that I do for Robbery Homicide, which is cyber-related investigations.
Okay, and what are cyber-related investigations? What does that mean for, like, plain speak?
Sure. Basically, it's digital investigations, and I focus on what I call the 3 C's of cyber: computers, cryptography, probably better known as encryption, and communication.
Okay. And how many years have you held that position?
Nearly 2 decades working in that particular field.
And as an investigative support officer assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, what is it that your job entails?
So the best comparison I like to use is digital archaeology. And I use that because when I was a young man, I actually wanted to be an archaeologist. I worked one summer out on a dig, and I was given a small gardening tool called a trowel, sifting through the dirt over the summertime looking for artifacts. And we ended up with a 10-foot ditch with a lot of artifacts. 30 years later, I now sit at a computer with a mountain of data, and I'm essentially doing the same sort of work. I'm looking for what we call in the forensic community digital artifacts, indicators of some sort of human activity, device activity, account activity for all the different technologies that we've come to use in the modern world.
Okay. And how many years have you been assigned to RHD in that capacity?
Just shy of 9 years.
Okay. And is there an area that you consider to be your area of expertise within this area of digital archaeology?
Yes.
What is that?
I am a subject matter expert particularly on what's known as open source information, which includes social media. It is information that any member of the public can access, typically on the internet.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you often assist the investigating officers at Robbery Homicide Division with either technical aspects or cyber investigations relating to their cases?
Yes, exactly. I provide advice. I sometimes learn about new technologies as they emerge. And as you can imagine, most investigations nowadays have some sort of digital nexus.
Okay. And are you also often tapped in order to process information or verify or analyze digital evidence on various homicide cases or business records?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your education and training in this area, if you would.
Sure.
Other than the digging with the trowel.
Right. Well, I have a degree in intelligence management from Henley Putnam University with a cyber emphasis, and I'm a graduate of the University of Southern California's basic and intermediate cyber schools for law enforcement. In addition to that, I have over 200 hours of training from various specialty organizations, including the Joint Regional Intelligence Center, BK Forensics, Search.org, and so on, including sometimes the service providers themselves who've provided training. So, for example, training from Apple on their services.
Okay. Specifically for law enforcement?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And in terms of your degree in intelligence management, did that include items such as, let's say, cell phones, computer hardware, counterintelligence, computer drives, internet?
Yes, the full spectrum of modern technology, from computers to mobile devices, information that's readily available on the internet, information we can seek via business records and search warrants and so forth.
And prior to your employment with the LAPD, did you also work in this field for a couple of years?
Yes, I actually did, and that became kind of the groundwork for my interest in this when I became a police officer. I worked as a freelance web and graphic designer in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Okay. All right. With respect to the case regarding the murder of Fabio Sementilli and the defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, did you create an overall presentation with respect to all of the information, or at least a summary of the information that you reviewed in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. In your PowerPoint on slide 4, it looks like you have under number 2 a heading that's called methodology. So can you give us an idea of the type of records that you reviewed in this case?
Sure. This is just a summary, essentially, of the work that I performed in this particular investigation. The records that I reviewed include forensic examinations of various cell phones, business records, and open source information or information available on the internet.
All right, let's move to, actually before we even start with this, we were just hearing about from Detective Carlos Camacho the arrest that took place on June 14th of 2017. Were you part of the arrest team on that date?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So were you by yourself that day, or did you have a partner?
I had a partner.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Carmen Fabian. I believe she has a different last name now, but I know her as Carmen Fabian.
Okay. And were you responsible for you and your partner initiating the traffic stop that day on a black Mustang belonging to the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And was the defendant inside of the black Mustang?
Yes,
And what seat was she in?
in the passenger seat.
All right. Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, did you also come in contact with the driver of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mr. Robert Baker.
Okay. And approximately what time did you make that stop?
It was early afternoon, I'd say about 1 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. And were you responsible for placing the defendant along with Robert Baker under arrest?
Yes.
Did you advise them at that time of what they were being arrested for?
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were being arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Correct.
And at some point in time, did you and your partner have them step out of the Mustang?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them, if anything?
I placed them in the black and white vehicle that we were using to conduct the traffic stop.
That was a black and white police vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they placed within the vehicle?
To the rear compartment.
Okay. The back seat?
Yes.
Together?
Yes.
And was that a vehicle that also was equipped with a recording device?
Yes, it was.
And subsequent to that time, were they transported separately to the closest LAPD station, which was Van Nuys?
Because Van Nuys has a jail, yes.
Okay. And were you responsible at that time for impounding the defendant's black Mustang?
I started the impound, yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that so we don't have to switch over on the screen, which could cause some issues. You want? Showing you Exhibit 14. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes, I do.
And this, Your Honor, is Exhibit 14 with a red number 2 in the bottom left corner. And do you recognize this as Robert Baker, who was in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And showing you exhibit, what's been marked now as Exhibit 147, has a 2 in the bottom left corner. Is this the black Ford Mustang that they were driving in?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And let's look at slide number 7 and tell us what you documented here with respect to account connections.
Sure. So this is an example of a business record. In this particular case, it includes basic subscriber information from AT&T pertaining to Monica Sementilli, and listed on this basic subscriber sheet is an email address, kalmati-mo@hotmail.com, and a phone number, 818-424-4213.
Okay. And it also appears to have a home address, correct?
Yes, it does.
So this would be the type of information that you are familiar with receiving from business records. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Sources of information. This is slide number 5 of your PowerPoint. Does this document the various types of information that you were concerned with in your portion of your investigation?
Yes, these are my sources.
Okay. So you were looking at the extractions once they were already done from cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And did you use some type of software in order to view the forensic information from the cell phones?
Yes. Mhm.
What was that?
It's a software called Cellbrite, and it's an industry standard best practice in the use of analyzing, extracting data from mobile devices.
Okay. That allows you to visualize the information in various different versions depending on how you filter it, correct?
Yes.
All right. So in this case, you looked at the defendant's iPhone 7 as well as an LG pad, correct?
Correct.
And Baker's Samsung's, he had an S4 and an S8, correct?
Yes.
And along the course of your investigation, you also uncovered some information relative to a Samsung S6, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
All right. And in terms of business records, you either authored various search warrants or reviewed records that were obtained via search warrant from various companies.
That's right.
All right. Your Honor, I have a stipulation. Can I have this marked as, I guess it would be part of 156?
The stipulation can be marked separately as
Will be marked as
157.
157?
Yes.
All right. Relating to business records, and I believe that these records will be contained on a flash drive. Would you like me to mark them also as 157?
You said
The flash?
Yes.
Okay.
No, 158.
All right. We'll make the flash 158.
Very good.
And if I could just read it into the record, Your Honor.
Please.
Stipulation regarding communications, media company business records on flash drive. The records contained in the following exhibits were obtained either by search warrant or subpoena and are true, correct, and authentic business records of the companies from which they came. Exhibit number 158, a flash drive that contains records from Instagram LLC, what was at the time called Facebook Inc., Apple Inc., WhatsApp Inc., Viber Media, capital S dot small case A dot R dot L, Dropbox Inc., Google LLC, Microsoft Corporation, in parentheses, Hotmail. The parties agree that each of the preceding records contains a true and correct record of an act, condition, or event of the business, and that the business's respective custodian of records or other qualified individuals would testify as to its identity and mode of preparation. Further, that the records contained in each exhibit were made in the regular course of business at or near the time of the act, condition, or event, and that the sources of information and method and time of preparation were such as to indicate the records are trustworthy. Pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1271. Counsel join?
Received.
Join. Also, Your Honor, at this time, what has been marked previously as People's Exhibit 25 relating to call detail records, telecommunications provider business records, relating to AT&T records for the defendant, Sprint records for Robert Baker, and AT&T records for Jessica Sementilli, Isabel Sementilli, and Fabio Sementilli are contained on the same flash drive, 158. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at All right, so we talked about some of the business records, and then you said in addition to the business records, you also looked at information that was in open source that would include social media, correct?
That's right.
Show us, or explain to us, please, if you would, what we see here in your slide number 8.
Sure. This is a link chart, and I create a link chart because I'm a visual guy. It helps me understand that when I, as the investigator looking at digital artifacts or digital evidence, these accounts, these services don't typically exist in a silo or a vacuum. They often corroborate one another. So this shows the linkages between, for example, in the middle, the iPhone 7, the phone number 818-424-4213, the connection to the social media account on Instagram, Monica_Sementilli, usage of WhatsApp and Viber, association with the service provider AT&T, the connection to the email address, the primary email address, kalmatimo@hotmail.com, and an IP address that belongs, at least at that time, January 2017, to the Sementilli residence, and that is 104.181.138.147.
Okay. So it gives us a way to visualize the information and how you might come across the same information in multiple different sources.
Exactly.
All right. Let's look at the next one, another link chart that you created here. What do we see here in slide 9?
This is a little bit more of a complex link chart, but same principle, same idea. Essentially, the center of this chart would be Mr. Robert Baker, and it shows connections to multiple devices, a Samsung S4 and an S8, and in particular, connections to multiple email addresses. And those email addresses include different domains, such as a website, domains like oeg1.com, rball1.com, and then a connection to Mr. Christopher Austin, and an instruction to download WhatsApp, which we'll look at shortly.
Okay. And that came through a Facebook message, correct, from
Yes.
business records that were received.
Yeah.
All right. Let's look at the next slide. Let's go to the next one. What do we see here in slide 11?
This is kind of my introduction to what are known as Google location services. And Google location services operate predominantly for folks who have Android smartphones. The user of an Android can choose to turn on these services, and when they do, those services will essentially track the phone as it's moving around in the world. And it does this using different types of technology, including cell sites, including Wi-Fi. And as you can imagine, in an urban environment, there are Wi-Fi signals all around us. And then out on the street, when there are no other signals available, GPS from the satellites that are in orbit around the Earth.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 12 relative to Google records that you reviewed relating to Baker's OEG Inc. at google.com?
This is the basic subscriber information for OEG Inc. at gmail.com. It's similar to the subscriber information from AT&T that we saw in the previous slide. Almost all companies retain this as kind of a customer database. And in this particular basic subscriber information, it has a list of the Google services that are turned on. And one of those, in the right-hand side, that's my highlight, location history.
Okay. What do we see here then in slide 13?
Accompanying that basic subscriber data from Google is an Excel spreadsheet. That's what we see here. And this is the location data itself. Thousands and thousands of rows capturing the movements of different Google devices associated to OEG Inc. at gmail.com as those devices move around in the world.
Okay. And we'll see how that comes into play, I think, in your presentation in a couple minutes. So here in slide 14, again, this would be reviewing some of the records relating to Baker's Samsung S4 through the Celebrite software program, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you've highlighted here?
So similar to the link chart, we're now getting into the details of how these accounts corroborate one another. And this is from Mr. Robert Baker's Samsung S4, indicates that that device was associated to that primary Gmail email, OEG Inc.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 15.
This is also an artifact extracted from that Samsung S4 device that shows that the Wi-Fi access point Sementilli _ 5G EXT was stored in that Samsung S4.
Okay. And it gives us a particular date and time, correct?
Yes, it does.
And what's the date and time?
Date and time, June 28th, 2016, and that is 3:28 p.m. UTC.
What does that mean, UTC?
Sure. So UTC it stands for Coordinated Universal Time. I don't know why they switched the letters, but that's just how it is. Essentially, if we think about computing, people are using phones and computers all over the world. In order to have a common frame of reference, computers and various services that are associated with computing and mobile devices tend to use UTC time as kind of the central establishing point for a time zone. It's Zulu or Greenwich Mean Time also.
Okay. And so how does that time correlate with time here in California on June 28th?
So this would be, because of daylight savings time, it's either -7 hours or -8 hours. I always use a converter to verify. But just anecdotally looking at the June date, that is typically in the summertime, it would be -7.
Okay. So that would be what time here?
Let's see.
That would be about 8:28 in the morning?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. So that would mean that his Samsung S4 connects to the Sementilli Wi-Fi and it stores that information in the phone at that point in time going forward?
Yes, whenever we need to add a Wi-Fi, a new Wi-Fi, we have to put in the name and the password, and then the device stores it until we choose to perhaps delete it or keep it.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 16 regarding the defendant's iPhone?
This is Mrs. Monica Sementilli's iPhone, and it also includes the same Wi-Fi name, the Sementilli _5GEXT.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 17, we have again, it looks like a Google Earth photograph. What are we seeing here?
Yes. So I took Google Earth, which is now free and open source, and I took a slice of the thousands of rows of Google location data, and just to look to corroborate some information on that particular approximate date and time, June 28th, 2016, Mr. Robert Baker's Samsung S4 shows in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence.
Okay. So he could be in the residence, he could be in front of the residence, but we're talking about within meters of the residence.
Correct.
Okay. So it has to be within range of the home router, correct?
Yes, whatever distance that particular router sends its signal out, sometimes it can go half a block or so.
And you've been in that home before when a search warrant was served for the router, correct?
Yes, I was.
Whoops. Looking now at slide 18, can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. I took that same spreadsheet of Google location data and then I put it into some software that allows me to map it and actually animate it over time. And what this essentially shows is the Samsung S4 and any other related devices associated to Mr. Robert Baker and that oeginc@gmail.com in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria Road address between February 1st, 2016 and January 1st, 2017.
Okay. So during that time, we're basically seeing the blue dots represent the volume of times he's been to that location?
Correct. And it's just to clarify, it's not every dot is a new trip. It's those are the logged locations by Google, and so they can be in clusters.
Okay. And so at some point we see in the next slide, slide 19, clusters as well. So what does this particular slide show us?
Essentially the same data, but we're looking at it in a single still. And top down, it just shows the volume, all the different logged activity in and around that particular address.
Now, and is this also in between that same time period that we saw in the last slide that was February 1st of 2016 to January of 2017?
It's approximate, but this one goes a little bit further, January 1st to January 1st, 2016 to 2017.
Okay. And was there a particular gap in the data that you noted?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So in, I believe, January, late January, the Google location data essentially stops.
January of 2017?
2017, yes.
Okay.
So thousands and thousands of rows of data. Suddenly we have a very obvious gap between whatever date it was in January and June.
Again, June of 2017?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with Baker using maybe another device that doesn't have location history turned on the device?
Yes.
Permissions
So a rule.
like we talked about with respect to one of the previous slides that you described?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then did you note that that activity resumed in early June of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is that what you, looking at the next slide, slide 20, is this a visual depiction of that gap that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide, I think this is slide 21. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. I just remapped the location data once it resumed again in the vicinity of the residence back in June 2017.
Okay. So that would be dated June 1st to July 1st of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Noting, of course, that they were arrested, the defendant and Baker were arrested on June 14th of 2017.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 22, as you were talking about open source information and various connections, what do we see here?
This is also basic subscriber information. This particular record comes from Facebook, now known as Meta. At the top of a Facebook record, it shows the subscriber, in this case the name first and last is listed as Robert Baker. There are several email addresses. One of them in particular is management@oeg1.com.
Okay. And looking at the following slide, slide 23. This is a Facebook conversation now that takes place between Baker and an individual by the name of, last name of Spence.
Yes.
And there's some conversation here about the defendant taking place.
Yes.
And what's the date that we're looking at here?
November 3rd, 2016.
Okay. Looking at slide 24, this is again, the Facebook messaging going back and forth between Baker and Michael Spence. Yes?
Yes.
And if we look at, I think this is slide 25, is this a continuation
Yes, it is.
of the same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Talking about meeting up at some point in the future?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at slide 26 here, again, conversation between Baker talking about being in a relationship with the defendant for a year now, correct?
Correct.
And slide 27, again, a continuation of this conversation.
Yes.
And at the end, actually, this is a new conversation. This is now a conversation between Baker and an individual by the name of Ron Ray.
Correct.
And what's the date of this conversation?
November 12th, 2016.
Okay. And that conversation, it looks like, started on the previous slide, which was slide 26. Correct?
Yes.
Again, talking about his relationship with the defendant.
Correct.
And on, let's see, slide 27, it looks like Ron Ray is asking for a picture.
Yes.
And then Baker sends Ron Ray a picture. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's, again, part of this Facebook messaging conversation that takes place on November 12th of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And Baker says they're not living together yet, but it's coming soon.
Correct.
Okay. And then here in slide 30, what did we see? You blacked something out per court order.
It's a photograph of Mrs. Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And was it a photo where she was, let's say, part of her body might have been visible?
Yes.
And again, in this slide, slide 31, a picture of the defendant with Baker that he sends to Ron Ray.
Yes.
Okay. And does the conversation appear to continue here in slide 32?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Talking about their relationship and how happy they are.
Yes.
Okay. And here in slide 33, does this continue on the conversation between Baker and Ron Ray?
Yes.
Ray talking about his relationship with his wife, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 34, a photograph that Ron Ray sends of himself with his wife.
Correct.
Okay. And at the very top, Baker sends a message saying that he and the defendant are planning on going on a vacation to Vegas soon.
Yes.
And that they're going to hang out with Ron Ray and his wife.
Correct.
Is this the same date that we talked about before, November 12th of 2016?
Yes, ma'am. November 12th.
Okay. And looking at slide 35, again, part of the conversation talking about Robert Baker talking about the defendant.
Yes.
Same thing in slide 36, a continuation of the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And also in slide 37,
Correct.
asking if she knows about Baker's background.
Yes.
Okay. And in slide 38, is this a continuation
Yes, it is.
where he's talking about his background in the adult porn business?
That's correct.
Okay. And conversations again on slide 39 about where the defendant and Baker met at the gym.
Yes.
Continuing on slide 40, that she has a little money and that he's told the defendant about Tracy and his prior relationships.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying leading this point.
Still rule.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Slide 41. What do we see here?
That's a continuation of the conversation between Mr. Baker and Mr. Ray.
Okay. And at some point, Mr. Ray says, we'll come out for a weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And so they're talking about getting together. And in slide 42, the conversation continuing from the same date, correct?
Yes, still November 12th.
Okay. And slide 43. Still a continuation of the same conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about encrypted apps. Show us or explain to us what you've described here again in sort of a link chart in slide 45 with respect to encrypted apps.
Sure. So many smartphone applications nowadays are incorporating the use of encryption. And essentially what that means is that the companies themselves are not even able to read the messages. There is no backdoor for the content of the communication. And the best way that I can explain what encryption is to give you the example of if I were to send a letter and we had an agreement. I'm going to send a letter to you, but here's the key, here's the code. Every letter that I write to you inside the envelope of the letter is going to be moved from A to C, B to D, and so forth, all the way down the alphabet. And you and I are the only ones that know that that is the key. On the outside of the envelope, anyone can read that. That's what the companies can read. I mail you the letter, you have the key, you take it, you decode it, now you can read the letter. What computing has done is taken that same concept and just used way more complicated math to make it almost impossible. So we're no longer at the A to C, B to D. They're using algorithms to make these encrypted messages essentially foolproof.
So by the use of algorithms, it ensures only that the sender and the receiver, the two people on either side of these messages, can read it.
Yes.
Okay. Does that also include law enforcement?
Law enforcement cannot typically access the content of these messages either. There is an exception sometimes on smartphone forensic exams we can, depending on which device it is and what the permissions are set up on that particular device. But if we're talking about business records from the companies themselves, we can't access those messages.
So does that include, if you were to look at the actual extraction of a cell phone, you would not still, even if you were able to extract data from a cell phone, if they were using, let's say, an encrypted app, you would not be able to unscramble the data to read it?
Sometimes we can. It varies.
Were you able to in this case?
In some cases.
Okay. Did the defendant and Robert Baker use encrypted apps?
Yes.
In 2017, was it as common as it is now? To that, we see that people who travel internationally sometimes use that in order to avoid, let's say, like data fees.
Objection, no foundation.
It was not as common in 2017.
Was it common in 2017 that people who are involved in criminal activity would often use encrypted apps to communicate in order to prevent law enforcement from being able to read what they're messaging about?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Overruled as well.
So in my experience, which spans many varieties of cases, the criminal element are often very tech savvy and do adopt things like encryption early on to essentially try to evade or thwart law enforcement detection.
Let me interrupt you at this time. Let's take our morning recess.
So when we broke, we were talking about the use of encrypted apps and how law enforcement, people outside of the sender and receiver generally can't read those messages if they're encrypted. What happens, let's say, if the encrypted app were to be deleted from the phone? Does that also tend to delete all the data associated with that encrypted app?
It can further complicate our ability to look at any data that might be left behind on the phone.
So if one were to delete an encrypted application, would it also tend to delete messaging from or associated to that particular application, that data?
Yes.
Is it also possible that although the application and therefore the messaging might be deleted, that you may still be able to find artifacts indicative of prior usage of an encrypted app?
Yes, that is the case.
Okay. So what types of encrypted apps, or which encrypted apps did you find evidence of in this particular case?
In this case, WhatsApp and something called Viber.
Viber.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 46, tell us what we see here.
This is a screenshot from Viber and their website, And on April 19th, 2016, they have a company blog that announced, today we're excited to announce that our users will be able to securely communicate across all of their devices through end-to-end encryption.
And that was as of April of 2016.
Correct.
Okay. And so what does it mean to have end-to-end encryption? Is that, again, what we were talking about from the sender to the receiver?
Yes, essentially the service provider, the company that provides that app, has zero knowledge in terms of the content because they themselves do not have the capability to decrypt the content of the message.
Okay. So again, that would mean that as a law enforcement officer, you would not be able to read those communications.
Yes, ma'am.
And looking here at slide 47, tell us what we are seeing, what you found evidence of with respect to the defendant's iCloud account.
Yes, so this is an Apple iCloud account, which comes in the form of a spreadsheet for this particular file associated with Mrs. Monica Sementilli. There is a registration email there, kalmatimo@hotmail.com, and it shows the actual installation of the Viber app per Apple's records.
Installation as of what date?
Oh, let's see. April 2016.
Okay. And this is through, as you were showing us those linkage charts at the beginning, through a different type of business record, through the actual business records for the defendant's Apple iCloud account.
That's right.
Okay. And is there also information on this particular slide, I think it's 47, yes, that gives you information with respect to the actual data or the usage? You're filtering, it looks like, from September of 2015 through April of 2017, correct?
I'm sorry, filter, not necessarily the right terminology. Can I describe the...
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get to the fact that, I'll let you describe it, but I noticed that you have an indication at the bottom that there's an IP address associated with this iCloud account.
Yes, that's correct.
So tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure. So in addition to the installation of Viber and several purchases that were made for services with Viber, it logged the IP address at the time of those transactions, which was 104.181.138.147. The IP address I know to be associated during a significant time period, circa 2016 to early 2017, with the Sementilli residence.
The same IP address that we looked at earlier with respect to some of the other documentation, including, I believe it was Baker's, one of his Samsungs, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And so this is also purchases within the application itself?
Yes. Viber has some sort of sticker or emoji function where people can purchase sticker packs, and that's what those transactions were.
Okay. Sticker packs for emojis, such as if you were to send somebody a message, you could include an emoji like a heart or some other type of emoji on your message. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar to other modern messaging applications where users are able to use small graphical icons that represent happiness, sadness, laughter, hearts, and so on.
Okay. Looking at slide 48, is this another record that corroborates what you saw with respect to the usage of Viber through business records associated with the defendant's AT&T account?
Yes, it is.
And what did you indicate here on this particular slide, slide 48?
So this particular business record is a long text file that includes the AT&T web history associated with the 818-424-4213 phone number, and it logs web access to particular content, and the ones I've highlighted here in red include Viber.com, which is the Viber service.
Okay. So that also corroborates, again, the usage of this application during a period of time through the defendant's AT&T web history, correct?
Yes.
And approximately how many entries did you find between the period of installation in April of 2016 through, let's say, January 17th that you've indicated at the bottom of 2017?
433 entries in this particular record.
So what does that mean when you have an entry?
These companies keep their records in different formats, and that's why they look different when I show the screenshots of them. In the case of AT&T, they typically do records at 5-minute intervals, and the 433 just happens to be the way AT&T keeps track of the individual services and websites that people go to at those 5-minute increments.
So if we're looking at 433 entries, is that just between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Don't know for sure. We would need a larger swath of data from Viber to corroborate that.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 49 that you've captured?
Sure, and I apologize for the small print. It was the only way I could fit it on one slide. This is also from the Apple iCloud records, and it shows essentially app updates from the Apple Store for Viber over a period of time from April 20th, 2016 to January 4th, 2017.
Okay. So we know that it had to have been in use because it was installed at least during that time period.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see here on the Celebrite report in slide 50?
So now this is a log entry directly from the phone, the iPhone that was associated with Mrs. Monica Sementilli. And this is a specific artifact known as a log entry kept by the device, indicating that there was Viber on the particular device.
And that was on the date of the murder in this case, correct? January 23rd of 2017?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is part of the forensic phone extraction that you viewed, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. What do we see here that you've captured in slide 51 with respect to the Viber business records for the defendant's phone number?
Now we have the Viber business records from Viber as a business entity themselves, directly from them.
Okay. And you've indicated on here that there's 5,752 messages to and from the defendant's phone number, correct?
That is correct.
And all of these messages are between, as I asked in the prior question, the defendant and Robert Baker's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just the month of January of 2017 alone?
Yes, ma'am.
The 5,752 messages between them?
Yes.
Does that also, once again, include the Sementilli Wi-Fi address?
Not that I can see here.
Let's look here at slide 52, I believe. What did you capture here?
Yeah, so this is part of the Viber records that they produced, and this is a Viber call history, so telephone calls that are essentially routed through the Viber service, and this includes a caller and recipient IP address as part of that particular log file. That does have that same Wi-Fi address, 104.181.138.147.
So in addition to being able to send messages through this encrypted application, you can also make phone calls through the application.
Yes.
Okay. So what is it that you've highlighted here?
These are all the instances where that particular IP address shows in the record.
Okay. The Sementilli home IP address.
Correct.
Okay. And again, these would be this would be part of the record of the phone calls between the defendant and Baker in January of 2017.
Yes.
What do we see here in slide 53 that you've captured?
This is some data extracted from Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone that also shows phone calls that match the business records that were obtained from Viber. They show that there was a Viber contact tied to Mr. Robert Baker's number and given kind of a username of Louisa, and that these calls were deleted.
And I've note that you noted at the very end there that Baker's middle name is Lewis.
Yes.
Okay. When you say that the Viber contact for Baker's phone number was deleted, what does that mean?
According to the forensic data in the phone, and that's the column I've highlighted on the right-hand side with the red box, the calls were deleted from, or attempted to be deleted from the phone.
Okay. But they still came through in the extraction. At least you could see remnants or artifacts from that. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So at some time prior to their arrest on June 14th of 2017, when this particular cell phone was seized, the defendant attempted to delete the contact for Baker.
Well, I'm cautious about saying who deleted what because I'm not present for that, but there was data that was deleted.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 54?
So I created a chart in Excel just showing for that approximate month period of time in January 2017 the volume of communications traffic between the phone number associated to Robert Baker and the phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli on the Viber app.
And that again is just for the activity during the month of January of 2017?
Correct.
A timeline for the date of January 22nd of 2017. It is 4 pages in length. May it be marked as People's 159.
Yes.
Showing you the front page of Exhibit 159, that is 4 pages in length. Does this contain the Viber communications between the defendant and Baker just for the date of January 22nd of 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another timeline that is 4 pages in length again, and this is just for the date of January 23rd of 2017. May it be marked as People's 160.
It may.
Thank you. With respect to Exhibit 160, does this also document the communications from the defendant including her communications to Baker on the day of the murder, January 23rd?
Yes.
Looking at slide 56, can you describe, I'm sorry, this is slide 55, what you've captured here?
Yes, this is another screenshot showing some of the messaging that took place between the phone number associated to Mr. Baker and the phone number associated to Mrs. Sementilli via Viber on the afternoon of January 23rd, 2017.
Just the afternoon.
Yes.
And which hours is this between?
This is, let's see, 17, it's 5:48 to 8:14. This is essentially Eastern time, so we back it up 3 hours. So 2:48 to 5:14.
5:14.
Yes.
Looking at slide 56, Viber usage with respect to Baker's Samsung S4, what did you capture here?
This is another artifact. This one is from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4. It shows that Viber was in use on that device going all the way back to 2015.
Okay. And the following slide, slide 57, what is this?
This is a photograph recovered from the business records from Mr. Robert Baker's Dropbox account. And in this particular image was recovered from the Dropbox account entitled viberimage.jpg.
So what does that mean?
Somebody, and I can't say who, named the file Viber image.
Okay. And this is, again, on Baker's Dropbox account.
Correct.
Contained within his Dropbox account.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What do we see here in slide 58? Again, a linkage chart.
So as you know, I like these link charts. This is one for Viber in particular, and essentially it shows the use of Viber between the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli and the Samsung S4 associated with Mr. Baker, and how those accounts, many of which we've just reviewed, all connect and overlap with each other.
Okay. The Samsung, in this case, the S4.
Yes.
Okay. And this is based on the various business records, such as what we see here, the AT&T business records or Dropbox business records, Viber records that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay. As well as, obviously, the data from the forensic extraction of their cell phones.
Correct.
All right. What do we see here in slide 59, which I believe you referenced at the beginning?
Yes, this was in one of my earlier link charts, and this is an artifact recovered from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4 in reference to a Facebook Messenger chat between himself and an account associated to Mr. Christopher Austin, and the content of that is download WhatsApp on your phone.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is one of the most popular chat applications in the world. It was purchased by Facebook, now known as Meta. It's used all over the world to facilitate instant messaging and phone calls. And it is end-to-end encrypted.
Okay. So once again, this is an application where you can message, or as we saw with Viber, you can make phone calls through the app.
Yes.
Okay. What's the purpose of that, making phone calls through the app?
It can vary. Sometimes, particularly with international audiences, it enables folks to keep in touch with each other without paying the astronomical fees from direct cellular phone calls.
Okay. So You said voice calls can be made. Can one also make video calls?
Yes.
We talked about sending messages,
Yes.
documents,
Yes.
videos.
Yes.
What do we see here in slide 60?
This is one of those basic subscriber information sheets. In this particular WhatsApp account is associated with Mr. Baker's 213-272-1093 phone number. And even though WhatsApp is encrypted, they do keep some data on their customers. And one of the things in this particular record is a list of all the contacts. And so underneath that top portion where it designates whose account it is, it's a list of all the phone numbers in the particular WhatsApp contacts, and that includes the 818 phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli and a 907 phone number associated with Mr. Christopher Austin.
And what date is this that we're talking about?
Let's see, the date last changed June 13, 2017.
If I go back one slide to slide 59, this would have been on January 26th of 2017, 3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes,
The communication between Baker and Austin?
correct.
Okay. Moving forward to slide 61, what is this?
This is another screenshot from that WhatsApp subscriber information. This one is associated with that 213-272 phone number affiliated with Mr. Baker. And it shows when the account was first created, when it was registered, and the first send, which is the first message, as well as underneath that a device name, and that's the sort of corporate name for a Samsung S6 device.
Okay. So this was a device that he had to have in his possession at the time this record was created on the day of the murder, correct? January 23rd.
Correct.
And the time, 23:40, does that have to be adjusted for UTC, or is that in fact 11:40 at night?
The WhatsApp records, unlike most of the other records we get, are actually in Pacific time.
Okay. So this is a record that was created at 11:40 the night of the murder.
Yes.
Okay. Relative to the phone number we know is associated with Robert Baker.
Yes.
Okay. Looking here at slide 62 with respect to the defendant's phone number, what do we see here?
Essentially, it's the same record as far as the type. This is a WhatsApp business record. This one is associated with that 818-424 phone number. And as before, it shows when the account was created, registered, and when the first message was sent.
Okay. So that would have been 4 days after the murder on January 27th.
Yes.
At somewhere around 8:34 in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 63?
This is an artifact recovered from the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli, and it has a contact entry in the phone for the WhatsApp account affiliated with Mr. Baker's phone number. And there's a push name, which is a display name of RB, and the number is listed as Louisa.
What is a display name or a push name? That's what comes up on your phone?
It's like a username.
Okay. And another linkage chart in slide 64. Explain what you have displayed here.
Sure. And similar to the Viber link chart, this is now one for WhatsApp, showing the connections and references across different devices and accounts, and the usage of WhatsApp to include the Samsung S8, the Samsung S6, which we know about from the WhatsApp records themselves, the iPhone 7 associated with Mrs. Sementilli, and the various phone numbers for all parties.
Okay. Looking at slide 65, Viber to WhatsApp timeline. What did you display here?
So in addition to showing kind of the linkages between these accounts, I like to see the context of these different accounts over time. And that's what I've done here, is essentially create a timeline for most of the data that we've already seen individually to put it in some sort of context. So starting at the top from the iCloud records, we have when Viber was first installed on the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli. And we've got Viber activity spread across the AT&T web history. We've got Viber app updates also taking place over time in the iCloud records. We've got ongoing Viber chats between the account associated to Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli from the end of 2016 through most of January. That's the 5,000 plus messages.
5,700?
5,700, yes. We've got log entries from the S4, from the iPhone. We've got the WhatsApp records themselves for the creation of new WhatsApp accounts, the direction from Mr. Baker's Facebook Messenger account to the Austin Facebook Messenger account to download WhatsApp, and then the creation of a WhatsApp account on January 27th by the phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli.
Okay. So from this, we can see that prior to the murder, the defendant and Baker were using Viber as their encrypted app for means of communication, and then after the murder, they switched to using WhatsApp as their encrypted app.
Yes.
And what do we see here in slide 66?
So this is a business record from Facebook, from Mr. Baker's associated Facebook account, and it shows the removal of certain friends from that account. And there are two of them associated to Mr. Christopher Austin. The first one, the user is Christopher Austin, and the removal of that account was on January 26th, 2017. And the second one is a second account for Mr. Austin, Chris Vocals, and that one was removed June 1st, 2017.
Okay. So the first one, he's removing Austin as basically a friend from his Facebook account.
Yes.
January 26th, and at 1:52 a.m. local time, correct?
That's right.
And the second being another Facebook account for the same individual, Christopher Austin, under the name Chris Vocals on the June 1st date.
Yes.
All right. Let's look at slide 68. What do we see here?
This is some articles of incorporation obtained via the California Secretary of State business search. These are freely available to the public and can be downloaded. And this pertains to a company established called Oz Entertainment Group Incorporated by the agent of record noted here in the lower right, individual Robert Baker. And that was back in August 2002.
Okay. Looking here at slide 69, what did you capture?
This is a historical web shot of the OzEntertainmentGroup.com website, which originally was launched in 2004 approximately, and this is the website as it appeared in June of 2016. And it has a contact page, which is common for websites, that lists the email address admin@oeg1.com.
So what does that mean? Because we've seen this OEG email address or website before. Is that a domain?
It is a domain.
So what does that mean?
It's a website. Essentially, and if we can all together kind of flash back to before the social media era, individuals were launching websites quite commonly. And that still does happen. But in order to register a website, you have to pay a company like GoDaddy and put in registration information. And the image here shows a screenshot of what purports to be Mr. Baker's website from about June 2016, which seems to be affiliated with the business that he set up in the early 2000s.
Okay. So once you have a web domain, can you have multiple different email addresses for or through that web domain?
Yes, that's very common.
Okay. So you could have like the Arball one that we've seen or the OEG1.com. All of those would be various email addresses that you would have through the same website, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you use, as you were mentioning, GoDaddy, would that be a way to forward emails from your web domain to your email account?
So when you register a website, in the portal where you log in to sort of manage your website, you can choose to establish new email accounts. You can also have those email accounts forward to other email accounts, depending on the services offered by the company hosting that website.
Okay. So if he registered that website, Mr. Baker, that would mean that he would have control over all of those functions.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking here at slide 70, what does this depict?
These are some messages from Mr. Baker's Facebook account where he references Arball, and as an investigator, it gave me the context for what Arball was. It's shorthand for racquetball.
Okay. And here's slide 71. This is the domain registration we were talking about?
Yes.
And this also is not only in the name of Robert Baker, but it also has the Oz Entertainment as the organization name.
That's right.
With an associated, it looks like a P.O. box and another phone number, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when did this Arball 1 registration occur?
May 11th, 2015.
Okay. Looking here at slide 72, what does this show us?
These are artifacts from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4, and it shows a web history and some of the websites that particular device visited. This would have been on May 11th, 2015, and it shows arball1.com as the website.
Okay. And looking here at slide 73, what does this depict?
More information that corroborates the registration and renewals of the arball1.com website. This is from the records from the oeginc@gmail.com Google account, and this particular record comes from the mail that was produced, the email that was produced for that particular account, showing a GoDaddy renewal information for his various websites.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 74?
This is also from Mr. Baker's associated Facebook account. It appears to be a typo, probably intended to be league, but it has an email address of, I'm going to say league for lack of a better phrase, league@rball1.com.
Looking at slide 75, is this the auto forwarding service that you were talking about?
Yes, this is just a screenshot from GoDaddy themselves showing that, yes, in fact, you can set up auto forwarding through their service.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 76? This is relative to Hotmail. So this is with respect to the defendant's Hotmail account, correct?
That's right. This would be that kalmati-mo@hotmail.com email account.
And what did you note here?
So the records themselves were voluminous, high volume, but they came in several file folders, and there was a folder entitled Recoverable Items /Deletions. So these were 4 emails that were deleted from that Hotmail account.
So of all of the emails contained within the mailbox, you found only 4 that had been deleted in the defendant's Hotmail account through the business records?
Yes, ma'am, only 4.
Is this through the business records or through the phone extraction?
This is what we're seeing right here is from the Hotmail business records.
Okay. And were you able to determine what those 4 emails were?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at slide 77. What did you depict here?
This just shows how voluminous the email was when I received it and started looking through it. So most folks nowadays get a lot of email spam. We have a large inbox of 12,760 messages. Sent messages were 1,682, but only 4 were deleted.
Okay. Looking here at slide 78, what does this show us?
This is also from the business records from Microsoft's Hotmail service, and this shows contacts, so email contacts in this particular case. And there was a highlighted entry here where I added the highlight that shows a log entry in that contact list for quick name Rob.
What's a quick name? Is that the same thing as what we were talking about earlier?
It's like a nickname or a username.
Okay.
So we have a username of Rob. We've got that 213-272-1093 phone number also listed there. And then the contact email is diane@rball1.com.
Okay. So that would be something that a user would, again, plug into their phone in order to decide how they wanted that particular individual to appear?
Yes.
Okay. And so out of the defendant's Hotmail account, this is how Rob Baker is identified in her phone or in her email.
In her email, yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 79, looking at iPhone contacts, what do we see here?
This now is an artifact from Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone, also showing the presence of the same diane@rball1.com email affiliated to a contact called Diane Racquetball in the phone.
Okay. And what did you note at the bottom with respect to this log entry with regarding the defendant's forensic cell phone extraction?
There were also 2 other email addresses in there for rball1.com. One was league@rball1.com, and the other was rob@rball1.
Okay, and that league at rball1, I think a few slides ago, I'm going back to, I think this is slide 74, where you talked about there being a typo. This is the same league at Arbol 1 that we saw that was registered to Baker.
Yes.
Okay. All right, looking here at slide 80, with respect to those 4 deleted emails out of the thousands in the defendant's email account, what did you learn?
So this particular slide has screenshots of 3 of the 4 email addresses. And these emails sent from the kalmadimo@hotmail.com to this Diane@Arbol1 email address pertained to the travel and itinerary of a Mr. Fabio Sementilli.
So she sent an email to Robert Baker at this email account regarding her husband's travel itineraries.
Yes,
Okay. And then deleted it after she sent it.
correct.
Okay. You said that was 3 of them.
That was 3 of the 4 here.
Okay. And what do we see here that you've depicted in slide 81?
This is just a larger screenshot of one of the attachments in one of those 4 emails that shows one of the agenda items for some travels for Mr. Sementilli.
On the left, under where it says Wella?
Yes, on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, just to do a comparison, during the same time period, the Instagram account, Monica_Sementilli, was making posts that were tagged to the Woodland Hills area, seemed to indicate the extreme heat at that time.
Okay. So at the same time that she's sending travel itineraries to Robert Baker, she is posting on her Instagram account.
In approximately the same time range.
In June of 2016.
Yes.
Early June of 2016. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 82?
So this is the 4th of the 4 deleted emails from kalmadimo@hotmail.com. And this particular email is a forward from a company called First Digital Surveillance to Diane@Arbol1.com.
So does it indicate what date this was sent?
Yes.
And what date was that?
June 28th, 2016.
So on June 28th of 2016, the defendant forwards what's referred to in the subject line, First Digital Surveillance DVR System Operation and User Manual, to Robert Baker.
The Hotmail account forwards exactly that.
And after she forwards that information, she then deletes it, the forwarded email, from her account.
The email then shows up in the deleted folder.
So that's the 4th out of the 4 deleted emails that you indicated you were able to, that you found in going through her email account.
Yes.
And what do we see depicted here in slide 83?
This is still part of that same email from First Digital Surveillance, the company. It's a long email, and the email includes instructions, specific instructions for how to log in to the home closed-circuit television system First Digital set up at the Sementilli residence. This particular slide shows that in order to log in, you have to input that specific IP address of 104.181.138.147.
the same IP address that we've seen now in multiple slides, including the one where Robert Baker, on this particular date, June 28th of 2016, saved the Sementilli IP address.
Yes.
And were you able to actually verify that that IP address was still valid?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
There was an Instagram post that was made in late January, and
By who?
By the account associated with Mrs. Sementilli, Monica_Sementilli.
Okay.
And the post shows Mr. Sementilli's chair, favorite chair, I think. And there's an IP address that's logged in the record that shows it's the same IP address at the house.
That was a photograph that was posted 2 days after her husband was murdered.
I'd have to look at the record, but yes.
And so in order for someone, again, as you were mentioning, to be able to remotely access the Sementilli CCTV or home surveillance system, that individual would need the information that we see here on this particular slide.
Correct.
And what did you indicate here in slide 84? Is this a continuation of that same deleted email that the defendant got from First Digital and forwarded to Baker and then deleted?
Yes.
And what does this indicate?
This is further down in that long email, and it shows some additional login information specifically for using the app called IDMSS Lite, which is for iPhone, in order to view one's closed-circuit television system the way First Digital has set it up.
Okay. And so this would have been an email that would have been deleted from the sent folder, correct?
Correct.
What do we see here that you've depicted in slide 85?
Just to get an understanding of what the app looks like, on the left-hand side is what the IDMSS app appears to be on Apple's store. And then there's also a Google Android version called GDMSS in their Android Play Store.
Okay. So if you're using an Apple iPhone, the IDMSS Lite would be the application you would use. However, if you're using an Android, like a Samsung, this would be the application one would use.
That's right.
Okay. And what did you show here in slide 86 relevant to the deleted email regarding access to the Sementilli home surveillance system?
So this is another record from Apple, and this particular record shows that the app, the IDMSS Lite app, was installed on the account associated with Mrs. Sementilli, and that it was installed on June 28th, 2016.
So she has that installed, and you were able to determine that from the actual business records from iCloud?
Yes.
And iCloud is an Apple product, correct?
Yes.
And if you have an iPhone, your iPhone, you can set your iPhone so that it will back up automatically to your iCloud?
You can choose what you want to sort of sync with Apple's servers. So they provide a service called iCloud, and they also keep meticulous records on their customers, including which apps are installed, which apps are purchased. And this particular app, the IDMSS Lite app, was installed in relation to her account.
And that was something that you were able to view from reviewing the business records subpoenaed from Apple.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you slide 87. What did you depict here?
So this is an artifact from Mr. Baker's Samsung, and this shows that the email diane@arball1.com was automatically forwarded to eventually to his oeginc@gmail.com email address.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 88 with this linkage chart?
This essentially shows the route of travel for that particular First Digital surveillance email. So we have the kalmadimo@hotmail.com in the lower left. We know that's associated with Mrs. Sementilli. Forwarded the First Digital surveillance email. It then lands at the diane@arball1.com email address, and then is automatically forwarded to the rob@oeg1.com email address, and finally lands in the oeginc@gmail.com account associated with Mr. Baker.
Okay. And when you mentioned his Samsung, this would have been the Samsung S4?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually confirm that the Sementilli CCTV or DVR instructions were actually found in Baker's inbox?
Yes.
From looking at his forensic extraction?
Yes, I did.
Okay. By the way, did you also have the opportunity to look at Fabio Sementilli, the victim in this case, the forensic extraction from his cell phone, which was also an Apple iPhone number 67?
Yes, I did.
And did he have that installed on his cell phone?
He did not have the IDMSS Lite app.
Okay. And given that we know that we never recovered a Samsung S6 that you showed registered to Baker, you have no idea whether or not that application might have been on that cell phone that was never recovered, correct? You can't tell that from the records.
Objection. Facts and evidence regarding the owner of that Samsung S6.
It's overruled.
That's correct.
Okay. Tell us what we see here in slide 89.
Yes, so this is that Instagram post I had spoken about a few moments ago from the Monica Sementilli Instagram account, and it shows the favorite chair of Mr. Sementilli with some cigar memorabilia, a baseball hat on top of it. And this post was made January 25th, 2017 at 10:31 local time, and it includes the IP address that was logged as part of Instagram's records.
This is showing us again 2 days after the murder, and that time 10:31, would that be AM?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, did you have an opportunity to review the victim's cell phone extraction for any potential conference calls on the date of installation, June 28th of 2016, of the CCTV with anybody from First Digital?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find any indication that his phone was utilized for a conference call with anybody from First Digital on the date of installation, June 28th of 2016?
I was not.
looking at the next slide here, which I believe is 90. Yes. What did you depict here?
So this is a single still of a video that will subsequently play, taken from the Target store. And this is on January 23rd, 2017. It depicts Mrs. Sementilli in the lower left-hand corner interacting with her smartphone.
Okay. That's her in the sweatshirt that we see in the background, the gray sweatshirt, black leggings, white pennies.
Yes, ma'am. Currently at the middle top of the screen.
And this is video footage that you got from robbery homicide detectives relating to the defendant's actions on the day of the murder, January 23rd of 2017 at 4:32 p.m.
That's right.
From the local Target store?
Yes.
What was the relevance of what we just saw?
As a digital investigator, attribution is very important. It's one of the reasons I do so much work to corroborate across all these different accounts. And in this particular video, Mrs. Sementilli is interacting with her phone, which to me as the investigator shows that she has full control of that device at that particular time.
Okay. Let's look at the next slide. I believe this is slide 92. What does this indicate?
This is an artifact from Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone, and it shows the presence of a log entry for the IDMSS Lite app with the most recent log entry on January 23rd, 2017.
At a particular time?
11:53 UTC.
And the 11:53, once it's converted, is that 3:53 in the afternoon?
3:53 in the afternoon, yes.
Okay. And does this indicate access through the home IP address?
No, I don't see the IP address on this particular file.
Okay. In terms of this particular artifact from the Celebrate extraction on her phone, were you able to gather any information from the data that is displayed here?
Sure. So in addition to the date and the time stamp that shows the most recent usage per the log of that particular app, it also shows the approximate amount of data that was coming in and going out of the phone, and that's shown in the center column where it says Wi-Fi in, Wi-Fi out, and then WAN in and WAN out. WAN stands for Wide Area Network. If this device was at home and connected to Wi-Fi, we would see data associated with the Wi-Fi, but because it's out in public, it's essentially using the data towers, the cell phone towers, to receive internet traffic. So here we have WAN in bytes, and it's a fairly large number. Put my commas in. 32,092,462.
What's a byte?
A byte is a small unit of data. When we're talking about data actually being transmitted, it's bits. But it's similar, if you remember, for a long time we operated in the world of kilobytes, and then we went to megabytes and gigabytes, and now we're in a world of terabytes. So this is the smallest unit of measurement, which is bits of data being transmitted.
So since she's not at home, and as we saw in the video, she's connecting or using her phone, what does this indicate about that usage?
She's out and about in public. She's away far enough from the residence or other known Wi-Fi access points so that she's essentially getting whatever traffic is associated with the IDMSS Lite app is coming down from the local data tower, in this particular case, AT&T.
So it's being downloaded, the data, to her phone?
Yes, I like to use the analogy, what goes up must come down when it comes to the internet, as far as things that are uploaded can then be downloaded. She's the recipient on the receiving end of that, and so that's why it shows in instead of out.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
The one in versus one out?
Right.
Okay. So the records show the distinction?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the high data amount that you talked about, the 32 million, what is that consistent with?
So that's consistent with essentially streaming video. Video is a high bandwidth activity. If we think about watching movies on any of these services common nowadays like Netflix, it's a lot more data coming down as it's being downloaded than, say, a text message or just a simple photograph. Streaming video, even in 2017, is still a fairly sizable amount of data, a chunk.
Okay. Let's look at what we see in the AT&T records in slide 93 with respect to the data. What does this tell us?
So now we have AT&T internet records associated with that 818-424-4213 phone number, which is associated to Mrs. Sementilli. And this corroborates some of the data traffic found in that artifact off of the phone. Additionally, it shows that the IP address associated with the Sementilli residence was being accessed multiple times on January 23rd, local time, between a span of about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5:15 p.m.
So this would be a separate type of record that you're looking at for data, correct? That corroborates what we just saw with respect to the IDMS light application data from her Celebrite, her forensic phone extraction.
Yes, so the previous slide was essentially the device, the phone itself. This particular record is pertaining to the tower, the AT&T data itself.
So would this be consistent with, when you said streaming video from her surveillance, her live surveillance feed from her CCTV cameras?
Yes, especially early on it shows a spike, if you will, in data coming in via AT&T.
Why is that important?
It's consistent with the streaming of video.
Okay. Let me switch over for a moment. Your Honor, I have a one-page document that has AT&T record regarding the defendant's cell phone 818-424-4213. May it be marked as People's 161. And I believe that this record, along with other AT&T records, are contained on a DVD, which we've marked as Exhibit 156.
All right.
Showing you Exhibit 161. Can you describe for us what we're looking at here?
Just shown. This includes all of the logged activity in that AT&T data record for that home IP address of 104.181.138.147. And there are a total of 10 entries between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5:15.
10 entries to the home IP address?
Yes.
Did I have you explain this? The AT&T mobility records, this also shows, this corroborates what we just looked at, correct?
Yes, so AT&T, very meticulous in their record keeping, has another set of records that shows all the data coming in to that particular device. Doesn't show IP addresses like the other record did, but this one does show bytes down, and consistent with the other information we've just seen, it shows, again, a surge in downloaded activity coming into that device.
What is that surge consistent with? The same thing we've been talking about, accessing the CCTV cameras through your home IP address onto your phone while you're remote outside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 95, another linkage chart, what do we see here?
This is my visual representation of everything I just talked about to hopefully help it make sense. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've got the app where the user would open up and log in and view the actual video footage itself. The app resides one step up on the device, on the phone, and the phone is getting its internet traffic off of a nearby cell tower, which is operated by AT&T. In order then to access everything at home, the information at home, it has to have the IP address, the 104.181 IP address. It hits the router back at home. Then it goes to the actual DVR system, a box. And the box is getting video from the cameras themselves. So that's kind of the route of travel as it goes from back home to the device, the phone.
Which would be consistent with all the different types of business records we just looked at.
Yes.
So we're going to interrupt. We're going to take our lunch and
I want to go back for a moment to slides 93 and 94. Looking first at slide 93, in the far left column of the time UTC, it has the date of January 24th. But adjusting for UTC would change that date as well as the time back to the 23rd. Is that correct?
That's right.
I just want to make sure that's clear. So again, where we see January 24th, above that column it says time, in parentheses it says UTC, meaning it has not yet been adjusted for California time.
That's correct.
Again, if we look at the column where it says, I think it says CON dot date, that would be connection date.
Connection date and connection time, yes.
Yes. Again, those halfway down under the second gray area bar where it says the 24th, again, these dates along with the times would have to be adjusted for California time, correct?
That's right.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear. Not working? I also wanted to clarify, we've been talking a lot about an IP address. What is an IP address?
So an IP address essentially is an address that exists for devices and connections on the internet. And it's similar to a real-world physical address. It's the way the internet communicates from one point, point A to point B. And it routes the traffic from one address to another.
So, given that we're talking about an address, if we're talking about the home IP address, does that assist you in determining that in fact the defendant is accessing her home CCTV system or her DVR system because it's going through her home IP address as opposed to, let's say, a website?
The instructions that we saw from First Digital Surveillance made it very clear that in order to access that home DVR system, you had to input that specific IP address. And that IP address being similar to a physical address means it was unique. At least for that period of time, it was associated with the Sementilli residence.
Bless you. So that tells you that rather than being on her phone and accessing some website, the records that we've talked about in terms of her home IP address is showing that she's accessing her home IP address during that period of time that we were discussing.
Yes, because it's unique. And just to give you an example, if it was a different service, a different streaming service like YouTube or Netflix, those would all have different IP addresses, whereas I know that this IP address was located in the instructions to log in, and now on the flip side of that, inside the AT&T data records.
Okay. And again, within those data records showing the home IP address, we also know that to access your CCTV or your home surveillance cameras remotely, that you still have to go through your home IP address in order to access the DVR, the box itself, correct?
Yes, it's kind of like dialing direct to that box.
Yeah. All right, let's look at slide 97. And is this a screenshot that you took of the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what did you note here?
So this is the account for the Instagram Monica_Sementilli as it appeared to the public on a computer for anyone logged into Instagram. This is what it would look like, and this was circa March 2017.
Okay. So not only is it under her name, but she also has a photograph of herself.
That's right.
And did you go through her Instagram account based on the records that were subpoenaed from, at that point, it would have been Facebook?
Yes.
And did you note that her Instagram account was also linked to her email or her Hotmail account?
Yes, I did.
Looking here at slide 98, is this a screenshot of some of the business records associated with the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you note here?
This account includes the basic subscriber information at the top, and in contrast to what we see in the public account, this is what the records look like when we get them directly from Facebook, Instagram, Meta. In this particular account, it was registered to the email address kalmatimo@hotmail.com.
And looking here at slide 99, which is part of the Celebrate extract from her iPhone 119. What do we see here?
This is an artifact from the iPhone, and it shows a user account that matches the same Instagram username we've been discussing, the Monica_Sementilli username.
And so in terms of her public Instagram account, were you able to download information directly from her public account?
Yes, because it was public, all the photographs and videos were accessible.
Okay. And in terms of that public account where you were able to find photographs and video, did you also note several photographs that the defendant posted of herself?
Yes.
And also photographs of her husband who was murdered, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Looking here at slide 100, what does this depict?
Just to give an example of how voluminous these records are, this is an example of what the records look like when they come back from the companies, and they can be thousands of pages. It doesn't look like the Instagram many of us use when we log in, but this is kind of the back end on Meta's servers.
Okay. The actual business records that we get through subpoenas.
Yes.
Okay. And looking here at exhibit or slide 101, what does this depict?
So this shows that the content that was made public on the account was something that I downloaded just publicly, in addition to reviewing the records.
Okay. And I noticed that there are several locations where it's just a black box. That's where you blacked out photographs of Fabio Sementilli per court order, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right. Looking here at slide 102, where it's titled iCloud Photographs, what does this depict?
This is an example when we get the records back from Apple. Apple operates the iCloud service. They appear in a folder structure like this, and it can include whatever the user decides to back up. In this particular case, I've highlighted the cloud photo library, which would be the photos that are automatically uploaded into iCloud.
And it's titled according to what the user has titled, or is it an automatic title in this particular case where it says Cloud Photo Library?
It can be both.
Okay. And so, like we were talking about earlier, Apple's iCloud is a source for backing up any Apple products you might have, such as an iPhone.
Yes.
So if you were taking photographs using your iPhone, assuming that you had your settings set to back up to iCloud, they would also appear in your iCloud account.
Correct.
Looking at slide 103, bless you, what do we see here?
This is just a small sample of the, again, voluminous records from, in this case, Apple iCloud. There were a total of 1,300 images, and this is just a sample of what those images look like when we open up the folder.
Okay. And by the way, in terms of what you saw in the iCloud account, did those photographs or the content also match what was publicly posted in many occasions on the defendant's Instagram account?
In many occasions, yes.
Okay. Moving to slide 104, this appears to be a timeline between the dates of January 25th and February 14th of 2017. What have you indicated here?
I created this timeline, and the subsequent slides are also part of this extended timeline to show the public posts from the Instagram account and how they appear kind of over time and in the context of some other activity.
Okay. And the first slide is a photograph that we've seen in a prior photograph in your presentation. Were there also photographs above or included with each of the posts that we see here of Fabio Sementilli that you have redacted again per court order?
Yes.
And let me go back for 1 second to slide 103. When you look through the defendant's iCloud account that was obtained via search warrant, you talked about there being approximately 1,300 images and video. Did many of those images or video also contain metadata or, let's say, geographic information as well as date and time?
Well, they all have some sort of metadata, and metadata is data about data. It's information that's attached to things like photos and videos that describe when it was taken, what sort of camera was used. And in some cases, there was also latitude and longitude coordinates.
Which would give you a location?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the Instagram account, let's go on to slide 105. Again, between the dates of February 15th and 17th, we see that there are 3 posts. Did these posts, again, contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli that went along with the actual language that appears regarding Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And slide 106, again, what did you indicate here?
The yellow indicates additional Instagram posts, and then the green are some notations pertaining to some physical surveillance that LAPD did.
So on the far left, or the 3 in yellow, to the left and to the center, between the dates, looks like February 18th and February 20th, those are posts that the defendant made on her public Instagram account. They were accompanied by photographs of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
The one on the right, February 21st, is an indication based on surveillance done by LAPD of the defendant, along with Robert Baker, being surveilled on Melrose at the Parlor Bar.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have the 18th and 20th posts about her husband, and then the February 21st being observed actually out with Mr. Baker at a bar.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 107, what do we see here?
Similar to the previous slides, this is an extension of that broader timeline. In this particular case, it goes February 21st to February 22nd. Again, the green is a reference to some notes about physical surveillance that was done, and the yellow goes back to the Instagram posts following that.
Okay. So in green, again, surveillance of the defendant along with Baker at the dime bar, as well as kissing a bouncer outside of the dime bar on February 22nd, and then later in the morning on February 22nd, posts to the public Instagram account with respect to her dead husband.
Yes.
What do we see here in 108?
Further continuation of public Instagram posts, and originally these would be photographs of Mr. Fabio Sementilli. These posts run from February 23rd to February 28th, 2017.
And once again, these are public posts that the defendant put out through her public Instagram account, all of them about her dead husband between the dates of February 23rd to February 28th of 2017.
That's correct.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 109?
These are more Instagram posts, left to right, March 1st through March 6th, 2017.
Okay. And there's a photograph it looks like, to the left of the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And did these also contain, these posts contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what about here, March 7th to March 9th? What did you depict in slide 110?
The first two posts left to right are Instagram posts, and the subsequent ones that are in green to the right are more physical surveillance.
Okay. So this is surveillance photos. The LAPD took during their following of the defendant and Baker on, looks like March 9th of 2017.
That's right.
Okay. And once again, did these posts from March 7th and 8th contain photographs of the victim, in this case, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what you've indicated here on the surveillance photos from SIS, is SIS a surveillance unit that assists the robbery homicide division detectives often?
Yes, they are.
And what does SIS stand for?
Special Investigative Section.
Okay. And in these photographs here of the defendant and Baker, they are photographs that were taken on that date, March 9th.
Yes, by the surveillance unit.
And on slide 111, what do we see here?
The first two date and time notations are from physical surveillance again, and the one on the far right is a public Instagram post.
Okay, and that public Instagram post, once again, did it contain a photograph of the defendant's husband, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And the ones in green regarding SIS, that is observations or surveillance that was done by SIS of the defendant and Baker. The one to the far left on March 9th at 8:16 p.m. at a place called the Goodnight Bar, and the one in the center, March 9th at 9:15 at the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard.
Yes, sorry, 9:05.
Thank you. And what do we see here in slide, I think this one says slide 112? Yes.
This is another section of time from March 14th through March 17th, including 5 Instagram posts that were made public.
Okay. And the one in the center, it looks like a portion of a wedding photo of the defendant. Was the defendant's husband also included in that photo, as well as photos of him in the other public Instagram posts on this particular slide?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 113, March 18th to March 21st?
More Instagram posts, 3 of them ranging from March 18th through March 21st, 2017.
And once again, same question. Did the defendant include photographs of her dead husband along with the posts that she put out there into the public realm?
Objection. Or at this point, I'm going to make objections cumulative.
So rule.
Yes.
Okay. And here we see on slide 114 the dates of March 22nd to March 23rd. What did you include here?
So the first post in yellow is a public Instagram post made by the Monica_Sementilli account. And then there are photographs from the Vidara Hotel and Spa and some photographs from Las Vegas that were obtained via the iCloud account.
Okay. So the Instagram post on March 22nd in yellow to the left, did that contain a photograph of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And the other photographs are of the hotel and spa, as well as the hotel room, and it looks like on the far right, cash out voucher for gambling in Las Vegas during the same time period?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 115, the dates of March 24th to March 26th. What is this that we're seeing here?
The first thing we have on the far left is an Instagram post, and then this is followed by more photographs from the iCloud account.
Photographs of the defendant along with Robert Baker in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And with respect to the photographs from Las Vegas, was there also geolocation data that confirmed they were in Las Vegas when these photographs were taken?
For some of the photos, yes.
Looking at the next slide, I think it's 116. I think this is exactly what I was just asking you about. Between the dates of March 24th and March 26th, what does this show us?
So just as we were just discussing just now, these are the photographs from the iCloud account that did have metadata to include locational information that resolved to Las Vegas.
Looking at 117, was that, again, a second photograph that had metadata that proved that they were in Las Vegas during this time period?
It's a photograph that had the metadata that had those coordinates, yes.
Okay. Looking here at slide, I think this one's 118. What did you depict here?
It's another series of photographs on the left-hand side, March 26, 2017, from the iCloud. And then in green, some checkout information for the hotel and spa on March 26th at 10:41 a.m. And the next two posts were of public Instagram content.
And again, did those public Instagram posts contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what do we see here in slide 119 that you've captured?
As before, these particular photographs from the iCloud had specific geotagged coordinates that came back to Las Vegas, and I've simply put them on the map here.
Okay. Along with the particular photograph of the defendant, Mr. Baker, and a third individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 120?
Same thing, another series of, another individual photograph from that series of the iCloud that had geotag coordinates to Las Vegas.
Okay. Along with a photograph of the defendant and Mr. Baker?
Yes.
And again, the same thing in slide 121 during the same type period?
Yes, same thing, geotagged location to this particular photograph to Las Vegas.
And also in slide 122, another photograph of the two of them in Las Vegas?
Yes, same thing.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 130 for this timeline that goes from March 30th to April 6th?
Sorry, what was the number of the slide?
This one was 122. This one's 123, I believe. Is it?
You said 130.
Oh. 123?
Yes, for slide 123, the timeline goes from March 30th through April 6th, 2017, and includes 6 separate posts from the public Instagram account.
Okay. And again, did these posts contain photographs of the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
Looking at slide 124, April 8th to April 16th of 2017. Once again, are these 6 separate Instagram posts on the defendant's public account?
Yes, that's correct.
And did each of those also contain photographs of the victim?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide, I think it's 125, 5 separate Instagram posts between April 19th and May 1st. Did these also come from the defendant's public Instagram account?
Yes, they did.
And the posts where we don't see a photograph, or where we only see a half a photograph, did those again contain photographs of the victim in this case?
That's correct.
All right. May 1st through May 7th on slide 126. What are we looking at here?
So this is another mixed timeline excerpt. It starts from May 1st, goes through May 7th, and includes at first an Instagram post on the left, and then some information about a trip to Las Vegas again, followed by more public Instagram posts.
And again, did the metadata on any of these photographs that we see at the top 4 photographs, confirm the Las Vegas location?
Some of them.
And with respect to the Instagram posts from that same time period relating to Fabio Sementilli, did they also contain photographs of the victim in this case?
Yes.
So at the same time as the defendant's in Las Vegas, and these photographs are being taken because you found them in her iCloud account, you also have the public Instagrams and what she's posting at the same time.
But not at the exact same time, but overlapping in terms of dates.
Between this time period of May 1st to May 7th, 2017.
Yes.
And looking at slide 127, the timeline here between May 9th and May 14th, what do we see here?
These are more public Instagram posts.
And the ones relating, again, to Fabio Sementilli, were there photographs that were posted on the public Instagram account belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
May 16th through May 22nd, slide 128. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. 4 more Instagram posts, left to right.
Okay. And the one that we see a photograph, does that appear to be a letter or a note that was written by Fabio Sementilli to the defendant that she actually posted in her Instagram account?
Yes.
Signed Fabio?
Correct.
Okay. Looking here at slide 129, the timeline at the top has the dates of May 25th through May 31st. What do we see here?
So these are some artifacts pertaining to a trip to Myrtle Beach from May 25th to May 29th, 2017. It includes a receipt from Expedia.com about the travel plans and a photograph of Mrs. Sementilli out in Myrtle Beach area. And then on the right-hand side, public Instagram posts.
And again, with respect to the 2 yellow public Instagram posts that are dated May 29th and May 31st, the May 29th one, did that also contain a photograph of Fabio?
Yes.
Looking at slide 130, June 1st to June 7th, what do we see here?
On the left-hand side is another public Instagram post. And on the right-hand side now is some additional analysis from Mrs. Sementilli's associated LG tablet that contained some web search history, in this particular case from a website called Quora, Quora. And the title of the website, or the question that was posed to Quora, is how do you know if your cell phone is being tapped by police?
And on the far left, the Instagram post from June 1st, did that contain a photograph of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, it did.
And the post towards the center in black, that's for, looks like a post regarding the Muir Awards, correct?
Yes.
And then what's the extraction report? That is relative to the Celebrite that was done on the LG tablet?
Yes, it's an export of that particular artifact, and then sitting right above that is a screenshot of what that website looks like.
Okay. Looking at slide 131, it says additional June 7th LG web searches. What did you indicate here?
Similar to the previous slide, there were some artifacts pertaining to the web search history on the LG tablet associated with Mrs. Sementilli. And these particular websites were about inquiries in regards to police and our ability to read iMessages, spying on cell phones, and the tapping of phones.
What do we see here in slide one? I think it's 132.
Yes, this is a screenshot of one of those artifacts from the web history I just discussed.
Okay. So the actual, if you were to plug in or query what you saw on the LG pad through the Celebrite extraction, this is the article that would come up?
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 133?
This is another screenshot of the particular website that was an artifact on the LG tablet.
Again, 5 things to know about police cell phone spying.
Yes,
So relating to the same subject that we were talking about.
that's right.
Okay. And what about here in slide 134?
Similar to the previous couple of slides, this is also a screenshot from an artifact off of the LG tablet. And this is a screenshot of a Quora, a question that was posed to the internet about which type of phones could be tapped.
Okay. Looking at slide 135, what do we see here?
Another screenshot pertaining to the artifacts left behind on the LG tablet. This one was from a website, and the article was 6 possible signs your cell phone may be tapped.
Okay. And that's the article that would come up if you put in that query?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do we see here in slide 136 relative to the defendant's Apple iPhone, number 119?
So this is but one of many log entries in the iPhone associated with Mrs. Sementilli regards to a web service called Lifestyle Lounge. And
When you say many, can you give us an estimate?
sure, there's actually a number on here. So there were 1,572 log entries in the web history for Lifestyle Lounge.
So that means that from the defendant's iPhone, she logged into this particular website over 1,500 times.
Either logged into or navigated to, depending.
Okay. Either way, access that particular website.
Yes.
Is there also, did you look into this Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes.
And is there actually a chat feature within the website itself where you can talk to other individuals who have also logged on to this website?
Yes, so once you create an account with this particular service, a user can log in, and then internal to the platform, the website, you can have a chat with other people.
Your Honor, I have 3 pages that are titled Lifestyle Lounge. There's a 1, 2, and 3 in the bottom left corner. Could they be marked, please, as People's 162 collectively?
Yes.
The first page. Is this the website for the Lifestyle Lounge?
Yes, it is.
And does it actually indicate on the first page of the website itself that you can also not just chat, but you can video chat with other individuals through this website?
That's right.
Showing you page 2 of this website, What do we see here?
These are various user profiles or sample user profiles associated with accounts on Lifestyle Lounge.
And with respect to this particular website, besides being able to chat or video chat with individuals, is there also the ability to instant message individuals through the website?
Yes.
Showing you the third page. Is this also part of a screenshot that you took from that same Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes, this is from their help page, for lack of a better word, provides instructions.
If one were to log on to that website, let's say from a remote location outside of your house, that would direct you directly to the website, not through your home's IP address, correct?
If I may clarify.
Yes.
If you're on a mobile device and you're out and about and you navigate to Lifestyle Lounge, you will be accessing Lifestyle Lounge's servers, Lifestyle Lounge's IP addresses, not your home IP address.
Okay. All right. I want to direct your attention to the date of August 25th of 2017. Were you assisting the investigating officers that day in recovering some evidence here in the criminal courts building?
Yes, I did.
And on that particular day, August 25th of 2017, were you and one of the investigating officers looking through some of the belongings relating to the defendant that were obtained from her property bag from the sheriff's department that runs this building?
Yes.
And can you tell us, did you meet that day with a Sergeant Robert Westfall?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did you exactly look at that day? What were you provided?
They were essentially jail letters, jail correspondence between Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli.
Okay. And were those, as I said, taken from the defendant's property bag that was kept by sheriffs while she was in court here, in this courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with respect to the property bag?
I opened the bag and withdrew the letters.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note at that point?
So I reached my hand into the bag, and almost immediately as I pulled the letters out, I realized they were coated in some sort of substance.
Okay. Oh, some type of wet substance?
Yes.
Further.
Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Davis.
Good afternoon, sir.
I have my own copy of the slides we're referring to. I believe it's Exhibit 156. So I'm just going to connect, if you don't mind, so we can go through some of them, not all of them, some, okay?
Sure.
I wanted to start, you talked about these link charts, correct?
Yes.
And you created this, you said, as a helpful way to visualize some of the connections between devices and accounts and things like that, correct?
That's right.
So here we have a link chart, and this only shows Monica Sementilli, right?
Yes.
And here we have so the next slide, so I'm now referring to slide 9, that was slide 8 for the record. This is now slide 9 if you can see at 156. This is a link chart you did and shows links between various accounts, and it's links between various accounts of Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, correct?
That's correct.
There's no links shown here with Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, are there?
No.
And from all the evidence you've looked at, you've seen no communications or calls between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, have you?
No, I haven't.
You've not seen any emails or WhatsApp or messages of any kind between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, have you?
That's correct.
So there are obviously communications between Christopher Austin and Robert Baker, and there's these connections we see here on this slide, correct?
Yes.
But nothing similar between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, right?
That's right.
You also talked about Google location services in relation to Robert Baker, right?
Yes.
And this is showing the different methods that essentially you can track a device, is that better said? Or different methods that log the location information for a device.
It's Google's way of logging that particular location.
Okay, so it happens when you connect to Wi-Fi, for example. It can happen when you connect to Wi-Fi.
It can when there's a connection. It also happens when there is no connection to Wi-Fi, simply by probing all the Wi-Fi connections in the area.
I see. And it also can track the location using GPS and cell site, right?
Yes.
So when it gives location data, that's an approximation, isn't it? It's not necessarily an exact location.
Depending on the methodology used, it can be very approximate. That would be cell towers. Cell towers I like to describe as being kind of a city block. And then Wi-Fi is more narrow, but essentially a residence. And out of the three of those, GPS is the most precise, typically 3 to 10 meters. So fairly precise with GPS, but it all depends on what's being measured at any given time.
So it varies depending on the method used.
Yes.
You talked about this slide, this is slide 13, being the actual physical, the actual data, correct? The actual location data.
That's right.
And here, it's very, very small, but at the top it talks about display radius field, correct?
Yes.
And it says it reflects an estimated uncertainty value regarding the reported coordinates, correct?
Yes.
So is that reflecting that even though it gives reported coordinates, there is then an estimated uncertainty as to whether it's exactly at those coordinates?
Yes.
And it says then the next sentence, its value depends on a great many factors and is an approximation sufficient for its intended product uses. See that?
Yes.
Now, the display radius is in column D, correct?
Yes.
And you write down here it's measured in meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, it sort of varies depending on the method used. So we have here GPS, Wi-Fi, and cell. There's three different methods used, yes?
Yes.
So, for example, this is according to what you said, GPS, display radius of 9 meters, correct?
Correct.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to try and go more detail about exactly what this means.
Mm-hmm.
So, where we have GPS there, it gives latitude and longitude coordinates in columns B and C, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then it gives a display radius of 9 meters, right?
Yes.
So, is it correct that what you do is you take that latitude and longitude coordinate right? And then you would draw a line of 9 meters going out from that, yes?
Yes.
That would be a radius of a circle, and then you essentially draw a circle all the way around, correct?
If I was mapping the radius, yes.
And then the location device could be anywhere within that circle, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Right, because it's an approximation.
It is an approximation.
Right. And so we see there, with Wi-Fi, it's a larger number, it's 50 meters, correct?
Yes.
So you take the exact coordinates of latitude and longitude, but then you have to draw a line out 50 meters from those coordinates, correct?
Yes.
And that then gives a circle, and that's going to be a much larger circle, isn't it?
Yes.
And it could be, the device could be, from that location data, anywhere within that 50-meter radius circle, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And as you said, with cell sites, it's even larger, and there's an example you did here, well, one example, it's one of the pieces of data here is cell 947 meters, correct?
That's right.
So that's display radius of nearly a kilometer. Right. And the
Yes.
device could be anywhere within a circle with display radius of a whole kilometer in that case, correct?
That's right.
So we're also talking about Wi-Fi, and this is Baker's device, isn't it? Samsung S4.
Yes, it is.
As you testified earlier, it shows that he had the Sementilli home Wi-Fi stored on his device, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, that's where you sort of store you put in the name and the password, and then it's stored for, I think you said stored for that point in time going forward, correct?
Correct.
So as it's stored in the device, it would automatically connect to the within range of the Wi-Fi because it's stored in it, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also talked a little bit about Wi-Fi range. Obviously, that can vary, correct?
Sure.
And as you said, it can go half a block or so. Those are the words you used.
That's the example I like to use. Yes.
Right, okay. And with the location data we've seen on this slide, the display radius, when you see location data that's from Wi-Fi there, that's anywhere within a circle of 50 meters radius, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also said, and we had a look at this slide, which showed an example of some of the location data of Baker's device. And the coordinates are the red box on the left, correct?
That's right.
So that's showing the coordinates of Baker's device from the location data, correct?
Right.
The Sementilli home is on the right-hand side, right?
That's correct.
And that's showing that there's a connection to Wi-Fi, but it's all you can say is it's in the vicinity of a Sementilli residence. You don't know if it's inside the residence or in front of the residence or outside the residence, right?
No, I don't know.
Now we also saw this video. I'm sorry. This video on slide 18. So this is mapping all of the various location data you have for Baker's device over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And putting it on this map. And on this map you have an X showing the Sementilli residence, right?
That's right.
Now, when we play the video, let me jump to the next slide on this thing, sorry. It gives these blue dots, correct?
Yes.
So, some of these blue dots are obviously not on top of the X, they're sort of down the road from it, correct?
That's right.
They're in proximity to the Sementilli residence, they're not showing that it's actually in the Sementilli residence, right?
Correct.
And all these blue dots, even then, they're approximations, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They are each going to have their own display radius, correct?
That's right.
They're going to each have their own circle that vary in size depending on what method is used for the location data of that blue dot, correct?
That is correct.
And the device could be anywhere within that circle, correct?
Yes.
But you haven't shown those circles of display radius in this picture, have you?
Not in this one.
So when we go on, playing the video, there are obviously dots that are sort of nowhere near the Sementilli residence, but they could show driving towards the residence, correct?
That's right.
This is, as you said, not separate times, but it could be part of the same occasion, like a cluster. Like one afternoon, these dots could be one afternoon, correct?
Like a route of travel.
I see. So, I'm doing this now. Here's a cluster. Okay. So some of these are not on the Sementilli residence, correct?
That's right.
Some of them are, but again, each of these would have their own circle, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And so even though they're on top of the Sementilli residence, you still can't say for sure whether that is showing the device in the residence or outside the residence, correct?
That is correct.
So for all of this location data, for each of these occasions where it's in proximity to the Sementilli residence, this could be showing his device down the street or around the corner from the Sementilli residence, for example.
Well, that's possible.
Yes, that is possible. It's consistent with the data, correct?
It is one interpretation of the data.
Right, and you don't know either way.
Don't know for sure.
So, as an example, as a hypothetical, on any of these occasions where we see this location data clustered around the house, it could be that Robert Baker's device is with him when he's parked in his car on the street outside the home, for example.
That is possible.
And also, these blue dots only show Robert Baker's location data, correct?
These blue dots...
Sorry, his device. Robert Baker's device's location data. Is that a fair effect?
Yeah, very specific about that. This is the oeginc@gmail.com account.
Let me rephrase to be necessarily precise, I should be. These blue dots are only showing Robert Baker's OEG1 next to his device location data.
The OEG Inc.
OEG Inc.
Yes.
Thank you. It's not showing location data of any of Monica Sementilli's devices, is it?
No.
It's not showing any location of Fabio Sementilli's devices or the daughter's devices, is it?
No, it's not.
So, you don't know for any of these occasions where Robert Baker's device is showing up in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence, you don't know where any of those people are at that time from this data.
Not from this data.
And it could be that Robert Baker, his device, is outside the home, so he's parked in the street with the vicinity of the Sementilli residence, where Monica Sementilli is not even there, correct?
That is possible.
For any of these location data points, correct?
If we're basing it just on this data, yes.
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit to these Facebook conversations. This is slide 23. So I keep forgetting that Facebook is now Meta, but it's the same thing, correct?
That's right.
Facebook Meta. I'm sure we all use Facebook, but just to clarify a few points. Facebook, you can publicly post things, can't you?
Yes.
You could have your profile that posts things to the outside world that anyone can see. Well, post things that can be seen by other people.
By other Facebook users, yes.
But then you also have separately Facebook conversations, and that's private. It's more akin to texting, is that right?
That's right.
So it's between one user and another user, right?
Yes, or multiple users sometimes.
These communications, though, they weren't multiple users. They were just Robert Baker and Michael Spence, for example, correct?
Yes.
And you have no evidence that Monica Sementilli was ever part of these communications, correct?
Not these particular ones.
No evidence that she ever contributed to any of these chats, correct?
Correct.
And it's not public. This is not something that would be seen by other Facebook users, right?
That's right.
it would have to have been forwarded to her for her to see any of this, correct?
Or shown.
Or shown, absolutely, or shown. No evidence that that happened here, right?
No.
And that's exactly the same for this Facebook conversation between Robert Baker and Ron Ray, right? It's a private conversation between only those two people, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, slide 29, Robert Baker says, no, not yet living with her, but it's coming soon. That is purely coming from Robert Baker, isn't it?
Or Robert Baker's account.
Robert Baker's account. There's no evidence that Monica Sementilli even saw that message, right? Or contributed to it.
Nothing I could see.
And same we have here. That top message, well, I miss you and still do, but until I lock this down, ain't going nowhere. And again, that just comes through from Robert Baker, right?
From his account, yes.
His account. I want to move on to the messaging and the encryption you talked about, you testified to, correct?
Yes.
I think you said, I'm really sorry, I caught 3 of the C's, I think, that you were an expert in. It's computers, cryptography, what was the last one?
Communication.
Communications. And so cryptography, the middle one, that's encryption, right?
Yes, better known as encryption.
And I think you said you had 2 decades in that field, correct?
Just shy of 2 decades working in digital investigations in general.
Right, which includes this encryption element.
Sure.
Now, you also testified, you said many smartphone apps use encryption, don't they?
Yes, they do.
The default messaging app when you have iPhone is iMessage, isn't it?
Yes.
That's when you have those blue text bubbles if you're using iPhone.
Right.
iMessage, that's encrypted, isn't it?
It can be. Depends on whether a user wants to back it up to iCloud. I've seen in some of my investigations us get unencrypted content.
Well, isn't it true that iMessage, as come standard, is encrypted, it's end-to-end encrypted?
It depends on how the user has their settings. So if the iMessage, and again, we're talking also about 2017, not 2025. If the iMessage was backed up to the cloud back in 2017, in some cases, I, as the investigator writing a search warrant, can see the content of those messages if they were backed up.
Okay, but I'm just talking about, regardless of whether it's backed up or not, iMessage is end-to-end encrypted, isn't it?
It is today.
Well, wasn't it end-to-end encrypted from when it was first introduced in 2011?
Again, based on my experience with some of these investigations, seeing the content of the messages backed up in iCloud, I would say no, but I'd have to do further research on that.
Well, I'm not asking you about what you've experienced or whether you can end up actually seeing the messages because you pulled them from the iCloud. You said that you're an expert in encryption. It's one of your areas of expertise, and nearly 2 decades in that field. Isn't it correct that iMessage was end-to-end encrypted from when it was introduced in 2011?
Can I ask next?
Totally.
Yeah, I apologize, counsel. I don't have the answer. If it was end-to-end encrypted, just based on my experience, I wouldn't have been able to see the messages.
All right. Well, you've accepted it is end-to-end encrypted, certainly now, correct?
Yes, they've increased their encryption.
So do you have an iPhone?
I do.
I also have an iPhone. So if we were messaging iPhone to iPhone, we'd be sending iMessages, wouldn't we?
Yes.
And if we were messaging iPhone to iPhone just completely normally, that would be using encrypted communications, wouldn't it?
Yes. Today?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's talk about Viber. Now, we do know when Viber introduced encryption because you brought this to our attention from this blog post, correct?
Yes.
Viber announced it was introducing end-to-end encryption on April 19th, 2016, correct?
That's right.
So before then, before April 19th, Viber was not end-to-end encrypted, right?
I don't know if they implemented it on exactly that date, but according to their announcement, that's when they went to that system.
Right, so it follows that before then, it wasn't end-to-end encrypted, correct?
Well, sometimes companies will soft launch new features, and I don't know if they've started it for some users before then or not. Again, I apologize, I can't get very specific about certain things.
All right, okay. So this is the public blog post which says, today we're excited to announce our users will be able to securely communicate across all of their devices to end-to-end encryption. We've been working on this for a long time. We're proud that users who can't use Viber without fear of their message being accepted. There's a one-to-one group message on a call or desktop, mobile, tablet, and that was on April 19, 2016, correct?
That's when they announced it to the world.
And you saw no evidence of any earlier announcements, right?
No, I didn't.
So you said, you have this next slide, Monica Sementilli's iCloud, that shows when she installed Viber, correct?
That's right.
And you said it was in April, but can you see the exact date there?
April 9th, 2016.
April 9th, 2016. Okay, so when Monica installed Viber on April 9th, 2016, that was before Viber even announced on April 19th end-to-end encryption, correct?
That's correct.
So it follows, doesn't it, that Monica Sementilli couldn't have been installing it to use it for end-to-end encryption if, at the time, that wasn't a feature that even existed or had been announced, correct?
One objective calls for speculation.
Sustained.
She installed Viber on April 9th before end-to-end encryption had even been announced by Viber, correct?
Actions cumulative.
I'll allow that.
Before it had been announced via their blog. Yes.
All right. Now, you say I'm jumping a bit ahead, but Baker had and was using Viber as well, correct? Robert Baker.
That's right.
And this slide, I've jumped ahead now, slide 56. You say at the bottom there, he had used Viber since 2015, correct?
That's right.
I want to show you part of the data extraction from Robert Baker's phone, which was brought to our attention by another prosecution expert, that's Jake Gibson.
Your Honor, I object to counsel testifying.
That is correct. You want to show him something? You can say you're going to show him something.
Absolutely, I'll show my now.
Except you don't have to say the full history of it, because that is you testifying.
Understood. Showing you People's Exhibit. Sorry, much for this. There you go. Everyone, this is the Jake Gibson PowerPoint presentation. This is slide number 50. And do you recognise this as an extract from the Celebrite phone extraction of Robert Baker's device?
Yes.
And it talks about an installed application Viber there, correct?
That's right.
And it gives the date when it's installed, or purchase date, August 24, 2015, correct?
That's right.
And so that would show that Robert Baker installed Viber on his device on August 24, 2015, correct?
Yes.
So, if Robert Baker installed Viber August 24, 2015, that was nearly 8 months before Viber even announced their end-to-end encryption, correct?
That's correct.
We also know that Fabio Sementilli was killed on January 23rd, 2017, don't we?
Yes.
So, if Monica Sementilli installs Viber on her device on April 9th, 2016, that's 9.5 months before Fabio Sementilli was killed, is dead.
Yes.
And if Robert Baker installed Viber on his device on August 24, 2015, that's a year and 5 months before Fabio Sementilli was killed, correct?
That's right.
So both Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker installed Viber long before Fabio Sementilli was killed. It's not like they installed it just a month or two before, correct?
That's right.
Now, you also showed some slides which show evidence, artifacts, that Viber was being used from April 2016 onwards, correct?
That's right.
We have evidence showing Viber being continuously updated from April 2016 through to January 2017, correct?
Yes.
That is shown. This slide, correct?
Yes.
Continued Viber app updates from April 20 of 2016 to January 4, 2017, correct?
Yes.
It shows Viber's being used by Monica Sementilli throughout that time, correct?
The app has been updated through the Apple Store.
And here, record entry from the AT&T web history, 433 entries of Viber between April 10, 2016 and January 17, 2017, correct?
Yes.
We've then shown slides, your slides, which talks about the Viber business records, correct?
Yes.
And it says there were 5,752 messages between Monica Sementilli's device and Royal Baker's device using Viber throughout the month of January 2017, correct?
That's right.
But we've seen evidence that Viber was installed a lot earlier, correct? By Monica in April 2016.
Robert, can I object? Cumulative.
I don't know. I think your objection or submission. You may finish your question.
We've seen that these records are only for January 2017, correct?
Yes, I believe they start the last day of December, but essentially...
They only show 1 month, January 2017, correct?
Correct.
But Viber was installed by Monica in April 2016, correct?
Same objection?
Right. And there's evidence that, as we've shown, it was being updated, and there were web history from April 2016 through to January 2017, correct?
Same objection?
I love this.
Yes.
Right. So that you don't have, it's not been presented, any of the records showing the number of Viber messages for any of the other dates, such as April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December 2016, correct?
From Viber.
From Viber, exactly.
Correct.
So we don't know how many Viber messages were sent in any of those months, whether it was 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. We just don't know those months, do we?
Don't know.
So we don't know if 5,752 messages in January 2017 was any different from the number of messages sent on any of those other dates, in those other months, do we?
No, don't know.
It could be, we don't have the records, that they were sending just as many messages in those other months as they did in January 2017, correct?
It's possible.
Right, now this shows, you just looked at the messages on Viber, this shows the Viber calls, correct?
Yes.
This is your PowerPoint, this is slide 52, just for the record, sorry. So this is now showing Viber calls, but again, this is only for the month of January 2017, correct?
That is correct.
You don't show any records showing how many calls there were in those other months from April 2016 to January 2017, correct?
That's right.
So again, there's no point of comparison. We don't know whether this was more or less calls per month than any of the other months, right?
Sure.
Because you don't have the records for the other months for Viber calls, and Viber messages, you cannot say there was any higher usage of Viber in January 2017 than there were for any of those other months, can you?
I'm going to object argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, let's look at where we do have records. And this is the record for January 2017. Now this graph, this is slide 54, shows the number of messages sent on each day in January 2017. Is that right?
It's a graph that encompasses that entire period.
But we have various peaks and troughs on this graph, correct?
Yes.
Now those peaks and troughs, each one of those represents a single day in January 2017, correct?
That's right.
The higher the peak, the larger the number of messages sent on that day, right?
Yes.
And you split it out. Red is messages sent by Monica Sementilli, yellow are messages sent by Robert Baker, or at least their devices, using Viber, correct?
Yes.
So this trough, this point, that is January 23rd, 2017, correct?
It's whenever the records for that period end. I can't remember the exact date. It's 22nd or 23rd.
So 22nd or 23rd.
Can you put up the other slide that shows the actual rows and columns from the Viber record?
Is it this one? Which one would you like?
So the 22nd here. Thank you.
Sorry, this is about call history, but this graph is about messaging, isn't it?
Yes.
So you were referring to slide 52, but that's only to do with calls, correct?
Right, that's called.
Is this what you were referring to? This is slide 51, that's to do with messages, right?
Right. I would have to look at the exact last line from the messages in the record.
Okay. But it looks like this point here is January 21st. So it looks like 22nd or 23rd, correct?
It would encompass the entire record period.
Well, this point here is lower than all these other peaks, correct? Up here.
That's correct.
So all these other days in January have more messages sent between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli than this day here, correct?
Yes.
If we were to take that, January 22nd or 23rd, right? That is actually a day in January where there is less or fewer messages between each other than the majority, nearly all the other days of January, correct?
I wouldn't say near compared to all the other days of January, but it does go through those peaks and valleys, and it appears to come down near the end.
Well, for example, look at this yellow one. That is lower than everything else except for this one other day, correct?
Right.
So that would be nearly all the others. Correct?
Yes.
It's a good time, council, to take our recess.
Oh, Steve, that's where we left off before the break. We were talking about this slide 54, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said here, you weren't sure of the exact date, but it would be whenever the Viber records ended.
That's correct.
Your Honour, I have the end of the Viber records in relation to my city. If I may please mark it as Defence Exhibit 613.
Yes.
Officer Davis, I'm just showing you the last 3 pages. It's the base stamp there. Base stamp 013437. The last 3 pages of Monica Sementilli's Viber records. I'm going to go to the last page See, this is where the records end, correct?
Yes, it is.
And we see here it is January 23rd, 8:14. You see that time, correct? The date?
Yes, it is.
And you discussed earlier in your testimony that I believe that's in EDT, Eastern Daylight Time, so you have to adjust 3 hours.
That's correct.
So that would be January 23rd, 2017 at 5:14 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So this is where the Bible records end. This date then would be January 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So, as we said earlier, this is showing that on January 23rd, 2017, when the prosecution are alleging that Monica Sementilli is orchestrating this murder with Robert Baker, there are less messages, there are fewer messages on this day than nearly all the other days in January 2017.
Objection. Argumentative.
Okay.
I want to take a look at some of the exact timing of the messages on January 23rd, 2017. I believe you referred to them in one of your slides. Hold on. This is slide 55 of your PowerPoint presentation. This shows Bible business records for the afternoon of January 23rd, 2017, correct?
That's right.
And it's showing, testified to earlier, messages on Bible between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct?
From their accounts.
From their accounts, from their numbers attributed to them, correct?
Yes.
And as we saw from the records I showed you, at the bottom is where the records end. January 23rd, 2017 at 5:14 p.m. just before California time.
Yes.
So what we see here, you see my cursor there, just my cursor, Davis. I'm just pointing out to the first record you show, which is at adjusted, I believe that's 2:48 p.m. California time. Is that right?
That's right.
So there are messages every few minutes or so, continuing down to about 3:36 p.m. Is that what you see?
Yes, it is.
Then, 3:36 p.m. California time. The next record after that, the next message after that, is at 4:46 p.m., isn't it?
Yes.
So there is a gap. There's no messaging on Viber between 3:36 p.m. and 4:46 p.m., correct?
That's right.
That's a gap of 1 hour and 10 minutes with no messaging, correct?
Yes.
We'll move on to this in more detail later, but there's a data spike, as you call it, in terms of the IDMSS app being used at 4 p.m. California time, correct? On the AT&T records.
Again, Counsel, I apologize, I'm going to be very specific. So the data spike pertaining to the app is associated with the forensic extraction in Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone. The AT&T data shows the data spike associated with the IP address.
I see. The internal record showing the app, that's at 3:53 p.m., correct?
That's right.
So 3:53 p.m., that's within this period of no messaging from 3:36 p.m. to 4:46 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Right. Now we also know that the killers, Robert Baker, Chris Austin, are seen jogging up to the home at 4:18 p.m., correct?
I'm aware that there is some video, but I didn't focus on that particular piece of this investigation.
Well, Officer Davis then, just to be clear, so we're looking at the same thing, showing you People's Exhibit 105, which is Jake Gibson's presentation. You want to find out just 1 second so I can pull it up. Officer Davis?
Yes.
This is from slide 98 of People's Exhibit 105, which is Jake Gibson's PowerPoint presentation. This is a still from a surveillance camera which shows Robert Baker and Christopher Austin jogging up to the house. You see that?
Yes.
And it's at 4:18 p.m., correct? You see that there?
Is that the actual time? I note that there's a different time in the timestamp to the bottom right.
Yes, you have better eyes than me. It has been accepted that that time in the bottom right is an hour fast. So the time at the top, 4:18 p.m., is the correct time. You see that?
I see it, yes.
So again, 4:18 p.m., this time, these two killers are seen jogging up. That is, within this time period, 3:36 to 4:46 p.m., when there are no Bible messages sent between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, correct?
That's correct.
Just to clarify for the record, this is the People's Exhibit 105. This PowerPoint presentation. This is slide 98 showing.
Slide 98, did you say?
Slide 98 showing the joggers, the screenshot from the joggers running up to the Sementilli residence. Going ahead, you do another visualization here on slide 58, is that right?
Yes.
Showing Viber usage, correct?
That's right.
And it has Monica Sementilli on the left-hand side, correct?
Oh, that's right.
And Robert Baker on the right-hand side, yes?
Correct.
There's nothing here showing Christopher Austin, is there?
Not on this particular slide.
And there's no Viber communications you've seen at any time between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin, correct?
Correct.
Slide 59. This, I believe you said, is taken from Robert Baker's Facebook Messenger account, yes?
Yes.
It's January 26th, 2017, right?
Yes.
And it is Robert Baker sending a message to Christopher Austin, correct?
That's right.
And it's Robert Baker who's saying to Christopher Austin, download WhatsApp on your phone, right?
His account, yes.
His account. It's Robert Baker's account that is sending this message to Christopher Austin, correct?
That's right.
Slide 60. This is showing, I believe, the WhatsApp business records for the number associated with Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this shows that in the WhatsApp business records for Robert Baker's number, he has a contact for Christopher Austin, correct?
Yes.
And he has a contact for Monica Sementilli, correct?
That's right.
And each of them have a symmetrical contact for Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
But there's no evidence that Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli had each other as contacts, correct?
That's right.
Here we have WhatsApp, and you said, I believe, that WhatsApp's one of the most popular messaging apps, is that correct?
It is.
This is showing that Robert Baker registered with WhatsApp the evening of the murder, correct?
That's right.
And I think you said that this is the correct California time, that's 11:40 p.m. California time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's January 23rd, 2017. And then we see that Monica Sementilli registers with WhatsApp on January 27th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
So it is Baker who registers, Robert Baker registers for WhatsApp 4 days before Monica Sementilli does, correct?
Yes.
We have another one of these link trees on slide 64, correct?
Yes.
And here we have Monica Sementilli, Robert Baker, and Christopher Austin, correct?
That's right.
I just wanted to be absolutely clear. There is no connection, no line between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin.
Objection. Cumulative, it's been
Sustained.
asked and answered multiple times.
Right. Here you have a timeline on slide 65 that shows installations of Viber and installations of WhatsApp, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And you have there that Monica Sementilli installed Viber April 9th, 2016, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Cumulative, Your Honor.
It is. Counsel, you want to get to the point? Let's get to the point.
What's missing from this, obviously, is when Robert Baker installed Viber, correct? Which was back on August 24, 2015. That's not shown on that timeline, is it?
Cumulative.
I'll allow that question.
That is not on the timeline.
Right, that would go much further back before this timeline even begins, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And what's also not shown on this timeline is all the messaging and calls on Viber between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli for all the other months from April 2016 to January 2017, correct?
That's right.
You only show the 5,752 messages in January 2017, right?
That's the data I have.
You testified earlier about emails you found that have been deleted, correct?
Yes.
There were 4 in total, right?
Yes.
These are 3 of them to do with Fabio's agenda, correct? Fabio Sementilli's agenda.
That's correct.
And these are all dated. The first is 1st of June 2016, right?
That's correct.
And the next 2 are 19th of July 2016.
Yes.
So half a year before Fabio Sementilli was killed, correct?
Yes.
You found no other emails that have been deleted any closer to the murder, correct?
Not in this particular account.
And this was Monica Sementilli's account that would encompass all her emails, correct?
Yes, the Hotmail.
And the only other deleted email you found was in June 2016, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about IDMSS. That is the app you use to remotely view the home security cameras, yes?
For this particular setup, yes.
And the Android equivalent is GDMSS, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. One's for iPhone, one's for Android. It's the same app.
I for iPhone, G for Google.
That's very helpful. And you've testified, so we have here, these are these, sorry, this is really more helpful, put this up, this is slide 85. These are the 2 corresponding apps, correct?
Yes.
And you explain at the bottom here that the way the apps connect to view the home surveillance is by connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
So the app has to connect to the home IP address in order to stream video, right?
Yes.
This shows slide 86 when Monica Sementilli from her iCloud business records, installed the IDMSS app, correct?
Yes,
And it was installed on June 28, 2016, right?
that's right.
So again, this was about half a year before family Sementilli was killed, correct?
Yes.
Now there is no evidence, is there, of IDMSS or GDMSS being installed on any of Robert Baker's devices, correct?
No,
There's no artifacts to show that he ever used it, correct?
that's correct.
And no artifacts to show that it was ever deleted at any point, correct?
True.
This is slide 90 of your PowerPoint presentation. This is showing Monica Sementilli in Target, correct?
Yes.
This is showing her from the still looking down at her iPhone, correct?
Yes.
And this is at 4:32 p.m., right? You see that at the top.
That's correct.
And that's the correct time as it was then, California time, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about these different records which show the IDMSS app. So here we have the phone's internal log. This is Monica Sementilli's internal log from her phone, correct?
That's right.
And this shows log entries that have been filtered by IDMSS. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And it's showing here that there is a log entry on January 23rd, 2017, right?
Yes.
But there are other log entries, aren't there? There are 6 others, right?
That's correct.
So there's another log entry, November 10, 2016 here, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't shown the other log entries, but there are other log entries in the months preceding this, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Right? Is it correct that there's, I believe, one in June 2016? I can show you the photo.
Thank you.
That's the reason why I memory should have it. Showing you People's Exhibit 105, slide 67. Does this appear to you to be the other log entries showing IDMSS?
Yes.
And it shows here that IDMSS accessed June 2016, yes?
Yes.
July 2016,
Yes.
2 times in August, correct, 2016?
Correct.
Once in September 2016,
Yes.
and once in November 2016, right?
Yes.
So that January 23rd, that wasn't the first time she used it. She used it all those other times before, correct?
Correct.
Going back to your slides, looking at this log entry, this is showing the app being accessed at 11:53:57 p.m. correct? But that's UTC time, right?
Yes.
So that's 3:53 p.m. correct?
That's right.
And there are no other times given, are there? It's just that 3:53 p.m.
On this particular record, that's correct.
Exactly. There's no end time. There's an end time there. It's left blank, correct?
That's right.
Now, is it possible that the app could be accessed, it could be opened, but no video is being viewed?
That is possible.
Right. In the same way that I could open up YouTube and until I click on a specific video, it's just open, it's not actually viewing any video, correct?
Yes. However, if I may, the amount of data being transferred here is not consistent with the app just being opened.
And that's because there's a large amount of data, is that right? 32 megabytes, 32 million bytes, correct?
Correct.
And that large amount of data is consistent with video being streamed, correct?
Yes.
And that's because video is a high data bandwidth activity, correct?
Yes,
It requires a lot of data to stream video, right?
it does.
And things like sending a picture or sending a text require much, much less data, right?
Yes.
So to stream video, you need millions of bytes, or at least thousands of bytes. You couldn't stream video with hundreds of bytes of data, could you?
It would be very short video.
Well, isn't it true that a byte is only enough to send text, correct?
It depends on the amount.
Well, given that video is a high data bandwidth activity, it takes, as you said here, this is consistent with millions of bytes. It's consistent with viewing video, right?
It is.
It's not just the downloading of data that shows video being viewed. For this particular app, it has to connect the IP address, correct?
Yes.
It cannot download, or sorry, it cannot stream video if it does not connect to the IP address, even if data is being downloaded.
I'm sorry, the last part of
Even
it.
if data is being downloaded by the app. Sorry, even if data is being downloaded, it has to connect to the IP address to stream video, correct?
I apologize, I don't understand the question. If data is being downloaded, they're the same thing. If I'm streaming, I'm downloading.
Right. All right, let me put it this way for the best. Let's look at slide 95. This is your visualization, slide 95, of the IDMSS app, correct?
Yes.
So, in order to stream video, a few things have to happen. Number one is you have to be using the app, correct?
That's right.
Number two is it has to be downloading data, correct?
Yes.
And video requires a high amount of data, correct?
Yes.
In the millions or thousands of bytes, correct?
Yes.
Number three, it has to connect to the home IP address, correct?
For this particular system, that's correct.
For IDMSS, has to connect to the home IP address. All three of those things have to happen to stream video, correct?
That's right.
This record, slide 92, doesn't show connections to the home IP address, but slide 93 does, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Right. So slide 93 shows data download and connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
And the data download is in this column here, subscriber download bytes, correct?
Yes.
And domain, where it has this number, starting with 104, that is where it's connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
So here we have, let's look at the first row. 4 p.m., correct? Adjusted California time.
Yes. On the 23rd.
There is a large number of bytes, 3 million, correct?
Yes.
700,000. And there is connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Correct.
So this is consistent with streaming video because there is a large number of data being downloaded and there's connections to the home IP address at 4 p.m., correct?
Yes.
This entry, this row underneath it, also at 4 p.m., there's connection to the home IP address, but there's no bytes being downloaded. So there can be no streaming of video if no bytes are downloaded here, correct?
That is correct.
These two entries at 4 p.m. again, also underneath, no data downloaded, 0 there, so no video can be streamed, correct?
Well, that particular row does not have an associated IP address for it.
Exactly, and also it doesn't have a home IP address, so it lacks both of those things that are needed, correct?
Right.
And this row below, again, doesn't have a connection to the home IP address, so this doesn't show streaming of video, does it?
No.
And that number, 727, that's 727 bytes, that's vastly smaller than the 3,700,000, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's too small to show viewing video, which requires a high data download, doesn't it?
Yes.
So here, let's have a look. 4:05 p.m. We have connection to the home IP address, but we have an even smaller number for data download, don't we? 252 bytes, correct?
That is correct.
So that can't show video being streamed because the data download is too small, isn't it?
Or it's a very brief video. Yes.
Here, 0 bytes, 0 data downloaded, so there just cannot be any video being streamed, can there, at 4:05 p.m.?
Not in reference to that specific log entry.
Which is at 4:05 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And all these other entries at 4:25 p.m., none of these connect to the home IP address, do they?
There's no indication of an IP address associated with those log entries.
Right, from those log entries, there is no evidence, because it would show in the domain, that they're connecting to the home IP address.
Correct.
So none of those entries at 4:25, none of those entries can show video being streamed from the IDMSS app, correct?
Not those entries, no.
Right. You were shown People's Exhibit 161. Do we have that? Sorry.
Is it the Excel one?
You've been shown this. This is Exhibit, People's Exhibit 161. Do you have been shown this?
Yes.
This is showing all the connections to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
On January 24. There are no times, are there?
Looks like the times didn't show on this particular printout.
Right. So we don't know any of the times from this.
Not on this record. The
And
original
here,
record has them.
0, 0, 0, 0. These are all showing no data downloaded, so no video can be viewed then.
Correct.
And these are very small numbers, 160 bytes, 320 bytes, compared to the 3.7 million.
Yes.
And so these aren't consistent with video being viewed, which requires a lot of data. These are such small numbers.
That is correct.
Right. So, the only entry that is consistent with video being used or video being streamed on the IDMSS app is this entry at 4 p.m. because it has sufficiently high data download and it has a connection to the home IP address, correct?
On this particular record, yes. However, on another AT&T record, the one that is marked mobility, there is more data. And one thing that's very important to note in these records is that AT&T only keeps them in 5-minute intervals. So that may not be a holistic, complete logging of absolutely all activity that takes place.
This is what you're referring to? Mobility records?
Yes.
These records do not show connection to a home IP address, do they?
No, these don't.
These show all data downloaded by any of the apps, if they're downloading data at these times, correct?
Correct.
So this doesn't show you the necessary information when it connects to the home IP address to tell you when videos are being streamed, does it?
This record doesn't have IP address or destination information.
The only record that does is this one, isn't it?
Yes.
And as I said, the only entry that has the two things you need, one, sufficiently high data, 3.7 million bytes, and two, connection to the home IP address, is the sole entry at 4 p.m., correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Cumulative.
Sustained.
The entries at 4:05 p.m., 4:25 p.m. are not consistent with viewing home security camera using this app, are they?
Same objection.
Sustained.
This image at 4:32 p.m. That is half an hour after the only record which is consistent with viewing data, isn't it? At 4 p.m. Sorry, the only record that's consistent with streaming video at 4 p.m.
Just to be precise, I would say the only record that shows the IP addresses in association with viewing video via the upload and download of data.
Right. There is no entry at 4:30 p.m. that shows connection to a home IP address received, correct?
Correct.
So if she was streaming video from her phone at this time on an IMSS, it would show an entry at 4:30 next to the home IP address, wouldn't it?
Again, because AT&T is only grabbing specific 5-minute intervals, it may not capture that. Every company has different types of logs, and AT&T keeps them specifically at 5 minutes.
Right, but because at 5-minute increments, this is at 4:32, there would be an entry at 4:30 or 4:35, wouldn't there?
I don't know the answer to that.
But we don't see any entries at 4:30 or 4:35 consistent with streaming video, do we?
No.
In fact, we don't see any other entries at any other time, apart from what we just looked at, consistent with streaming video, do we?
Objection, key order.
Same.
Okay, I want to show you these AT&T internet records. These are not the full records of everything happening at every 5-minute increment.
I don't think so. It's not a second-by-second log. AT&T just keeps them in the course of every 5 minutes.
But there are more entries than what you filtered it down to here, aren't there?
Oh, yes.
So, Your Honour, I have the AT&T records that show all of the entries during this time period. If I may mark this as Defence Exhibit, I believe 614.
Yes.
Today is showing you and Exhibit 614. These are all the entries here I highlighted at 4:30, correct?
That's right.
Around the same time that she is looking at her phone and the target still, correct?
Approximately.
And it shows here, if you go to the domain name, this is where data is being downloaded from, correct?
Yes.
So it's showing that data is being downloaded at 4:30 from apple.com, yes?
Yes.
Yahoo, DNS.net, correct?
Yes.
Facebook.com, correct?
Correct.
Amazon, AWS.com,
Yes.
and this last one, which I can't read, aka MAIEDGE.net, right?
Yes.
So those are the records of what her phone is downloading at 4:30 p.m., isn't it?
That is definitely some of the activity at that time.
Right, and there's nothing here showing connection to home IP address, is there?
No.
Right.
Counsel, you may have somewhat more extensive cross-examination, I take it. Is that correct?
Not a lot more, but yeah, enough that it's worth it.
We're going to adjourn now.